Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another recording of MTG Arena. Today is Friday, February 14th. I believe that makes it Valentine's Day for all the lonely hearts out there. So let's see, what do we want to re-roll here? Blue or white? Let's re-roll this because a white overlay would probably be what I'd want to play. Like, rethinking a white deck is something that makes some sense. They've promised new deals every day since the last stream. They also want people watching the World Championship. So let's jump into the store for a moment here, if the server is going to work, and see what potentially has changed. Well, it says these are new, and these are definitely not new, because even though this is frankly asking a little too much as a skin, and I have concerns about the skin potentially just not being allowed ever not being allowed after a year or two, and then you would have to buy the skins a second time, which would be completely unacceptable. Honestly though, this is not a bad idea. Like, going with this art, which is a kind of borderless, expanded art, I think, card, having these be the basic lands that the new generation or the next generation of Magic players use by default would be great. It would really change the entire feel of the game. Of course, you still run into the problem of this being a forest, and this being a mountain, this being a swamp, this being an island, this being plains. But I don't think you can really do too much about that. Unless these skins have changed, I don't think they have. Or these, no, that's not new either. So where's this new deal? Unless the prices are changing, so far I have failed to see anything different. Alright, daily deals. Alright, so daily deals on specific cards. Whereas if you got this skin, you're still paying 4,000 gold, which is way too much. Cheapest you have here are some for 1,500 gold, which is way too much. So there apparently are daily deals, but they are still just skins, and thus still kind of worthless. I did happen to just watch a Magic YouTuber talking about how an average Pioneer deck, if to win, is like $500. I know Magic is expensive. I didn't think that their brand new expansion Pioneer would be that insanely expensive, but I guess it kind of makes sense. See, we have like a new deck here. This is probably the new deck of white cards. Let's try this. Yeah, insanity, just total insanity. $500 maybe if you had somewhere between, like, I'm not even gonna say that it would be, you would need 10 decks for $500, although that would be a reasonable amount. 10 decks, like 5 mana decks of decent ability and competitiveness, and the 5 decks of combo 2 color mana decks. That would seem somewhat reasonable to me, but $500 for one? Break that down into 60 cards. You're paying what? Somewhere around $8 a card minimum. A lot of which are on average, I guess a lot of which would be lands too, and the lands should be totally free. So in actuality, you're probably not playing a single card in Pioneer that's less than $10. So why introduce Pioneer in this fashion other than the fact that they want to kind of kill Standard or Modern? That is what they want to kill, not Standard. Standard is still fine because it's the same rules as always, where it's just the last four things, the last four expansions or so. It's not really the last four expansions. It's up to, I guess, 7 expansions in Standard, and then 4 get banned on an annual basis. The audio going out issue, I don't know. Like, I may just need to buy a new microphone, or it might be a USB thing. I changed the USB port. I went into all of the USB Windows settings and power management settings and told it, don't put this to sleep ever. The weirdness certainly there is that there's no good reason why the microphone would have just gone to sleep in the middle of it being listened to. I need to reboot my computer, but I don't want to reboot my computer because I have open programming code on it, but I guess I just have to do that after the stream. Yeah, I guess that's pretty much all I can do, just to ensure that we don't have problems. But it may very well be just a physical situation. So as for the accountability section of today, I didn't really do anything. Like, unfortunately, it really is becoming pretty obvious that if I try to do anything physical, like bending over and installing plumbing fixtures, it hurts my back so bad and it takes so long for it to heal that I've just spent an entire week after spending what would have been a one-day job over the course of 2 days. So yeah, I've been forcing myself to just stay in bed. I watched a George R.R. Martin novel that was adapted to a sci-fi channel mini-series or single season series, maybe a second season series, but I doubt it, called Night Flyers. It really ends nowhere. It kind of starts interesting because it feels like it is a ghost ship story, just set in space. What's funny also is that it made me realize that George R.R. Martin has been writing a lot of books since even the 80s, and the Song and Ice and Fire series is the only one that has had any somewhat success, which I think is kind of typical for all authors. It's not until you're into your 20th book or 3rd series before people start to recognize you and go and you start to be good enough to be worthy of being recognized.
Shield mage, I defend the defenseless.
Let's see.
Put me out front.
So yeah, I don't think I want to play this Planeswalker. Night Flyers feels a lot like a sci-fi version of a haunted ghost ship, a ship that at the end of the tale would be completely devoid of any life, and all of the crew would have died. Although, actuality, spoiler for a movie that most people, or a TV series most people were not satisfied with, in actuality, what is depicted at the very beginning to imply that there is nobody left on the ship is kind of just a completely false narrative. How you interpret it originally is not how it should have been, how it actually goes down at the end. And there's plenty of people, like quite a lot of people, still left on the ship at the end of the series. So yeah, I don't know what.
You fiends!
I don't know why it was written that way, or if Sci-Fi Channel is to blame, or George R.R. Martin's to blame. I suspect it's probably George R.R. Martin, considering how this would have been one of his first games. In a funny way, I think you would have been better off simply having a story that was more focused around a fantasy realm, like, because there's a lot of bending over backwards to make it sci-fi to explain ghosts and hallucinations that you could easily wave your hand over if you just go with this is in a world in which, like, magic exists, and thus ghosts exist, and thus several other things exist. It would have been basically the same story, just with a lot less need to establish things that don't need to be established. But yeah, it was an alright waste of time, but it probably isn't something worth watching. There's weirdness with it because it heavily feels like it's stealing from the Shining movie. In particular, it heavily is stealing from that, and it kind of just forgets what it is about, or what it was established to be originally. So let's see. Well, is this guy gonna attack you? So yeah, you kind of get established with this whodunit feeling, and then the whodunit feeling doesn't really matter. 3-3. So yeah, and the way nothing kind of gets answered. The other thing worth mentioning before we just jump into covering all the games, since we have a lot of games left over, is I watched Lego Masters, the Fox USA version of Lego Masters, episode 2, and they were dropping, exploding, and hitting with a baseball bat the Lego builds. Now, as far as adult fans of Lego, of which I count myself, there is a kind of high reverence for your Lego pieces, for Lego in general. You don't do drop tests. It's not acceptable. It's going to get you a lot of dirty looks, certainly if you tried to do something like that. As somebody who watches a lot of Lego videos, you just kind of don't do it. Now, I will argue that there was, say, an instance or two where, like when Tested.com was putting together very big, very expensive sets, and they went for a very long time. Norman Chan, and this was many, many years ago, like smashed a one of the big triangle ships. I forget the names of those in Star Wars, into the like $300 Star Destroyer set and broke it, and that was kind of a funny end to a very long series of watching them basically do Lego and just talk. But it also kind of comes from when I was watching that, I wasn't even really into Lego, so I wouldn't have had that reverence. I imagine people who saw that probably hated it if they were big fans of Lego. Lego pieces are just too expensive, and you don't want them broken, and you don't want them lost. That's the worst thing that can happen in any Lego set. And so for that to be the focus and the interest of the show, it just seems like they don't know what they're doing or what they're dealing with. It's certainly not something you'd want to encourage kids if you're spending a lot of money on sets to do. Like, the last thing you want your kids to do is to lose Legos on the floor so you can step on them, or lose pieces so they can't play with that toy anymore. It's just not a desirable action. It's destructive in a field that is incredibly about creation. When I was a kid, there were some toys actually that were more about having breakaway parts that you would then use as a destructible environment, but that's not where those toys never really sold. I'd also say the Lego Master Series still does not understand how they even do a game show right. It basically is supposed to be kind of a commercial for Lego without promoting specific sets. I don't think that they're just trying to be that crass about it, but there's definitely an easy way to have a more relatable experience if you just had the contestants take a $10, $20 set, something that barely has 100 pieces in it, and either rebuild that as something completely new, or Exile something. So I can exile these two, and that's it, so it doesn't really matter. So yeah, they could do speed builds, or they could do a rebuild on a very small set, something that would just be a small competition to give some kind of small advantage for a larger competition, instead of having one episode be 100% centered around them building one big thing, which is nice to see that, but it's not as useful as people seem to think it is. What did I just do? I think I just hurt myself. Oops. I was not paying enough attention. I think I could probably just attack with several of these instead of goofing around. So yeah, it's just not, it's not got the right host. It doesn't have the right ideas. It doesn't have any reference for Legos, even though 2 of the hosts allegedly were for Legos. It feels like every other Fox show that just has to be edgy for edgy's sake. Let's see. Let's see. So just attack with this, this, and we should win. So yeah, I gave it two episodes, and that's all I'm willing to do. So I wanted to mention a couple of things before we get into the news completely. The Valentine's Day is happening. We'll look at games that came out on Steam, but as far as I could tell, there was no Steam sale for Valentine's Day. Like, there's this kind of inherent problem with the concept of trying to have a Valentine's Day sale, because the only games that have any kind of romance in them are usually visual novels that also have a decent amount of nudity and sex in them. This is the problem with romance from the puritanical, I would say, United States perspective more than anything else. It's not even something that I can really blame on the West in general. The Middle East is not really the problem in that case either, because the more theocratic, extremely puritanical Middle Eastern type countries don't allow video games anyway, so they're not the ones exerting any influence. Let's see. Is this really worth anything? No. Is this Planeswalker really worth anything? No. This one doesn't seem terrible, but it doesn't do too much either. Anything that would reduce your life to 1 reduces it to 1 instead. So it's some kind of weird in-game scenario. I like these cards. I don't think this works. Well, maybe it does. If we tried some things around here. So yeah, you have this problem where if you're gonna have a romance story, you kinda have to tell romance as it actually is in reality, which people generally don't want to do. They generally don't want the romance to expand beyond that puppy love stage, that dating stage. Look at like a TV show like Bones, for instance, another Fox TV series that existed for a long time. The Bones series, Bones and her male love interest had kind of a off off-screen relationship for the entirety of it. Even though they had kids, she got pregnant. There was only the slightest implication that they were ever like having sex. Like it was kind of after the fact that they go, oh, I'm pregnant, and it's like, how did that happen? Oh, we're not going to discuss that. It's like it's so stuck on base one of I don't know if that really is a baseball term to use there. It's just so stuck on step one as far as the romance, and then it just kind of jumps to, oh, we want the character to have a kid, so all of a sudden we're gonna have a pregnancy. We're not going to really have a natural progression between that. That's how they do it in TV shows. Like, they do it even worse in video games. Like, unless you're talking a visual novel game, that doesn't matter. And often, if you're talking about an adult game, then it skips all the romance and goes to just often extreme pornography or just straight pornography. So how do you have a Valentine's Day sale that is around romance when the video game world in general has been incredibly afraid to write any romance? And certainly there's plenty of room for it. Like, why does Lara Croft not have some kind of romantic interest that follows her through her series? Why does Drake from Uncharted barely have a romantic interest? Why does Master Chief, maybe he has some romantic interest for Cortana, but it's not really expanded upon. In the Borderlands world, let's see, there's a couple of side characters that mention having girlfriends or boyfriends, but that's ooh, this is a good one. But the main characters are kind of ignored. So that doesn't work. Let's see. Thinking about some other series. None of the Diablo RPG characters you play have romance. Skyrim lets you romance people, but it's a shallow system, as many of the systems in the Elder Scrolls games are pretty shallow. The Fable series lets you sleep with people and marry people, but is there really any romance there? Is there any actual dialogue? The best romance by far in the video game world is Witcher series, because you have there a love triangle, potentially, depending on your choices, with Triss probably being the true romantic interest that you want to have. So you have CD Projekt Red, which are like Swedish company, willing to tell a romance story, but since so many games are made by people in the United States, you just don't have it there. And I would like to mention a anime from the 80s called His and Her Circumstances. Maybe read the manga instead of trying to watch the anime, but either one. But I watched the entire season series, which is like 26 episodes. It's all about this romance. Will they, won't they get together? Will these small, realistic problems pop up in their lives as far as the relationship? And then at the end of the series, you really, really feel like, or I certainly did, and I think most people that would watch the series, you really, really feel like there was a true romance that naturally grew and that they truly do love each other. And they're like, let's just say for safety's sake, high school kids, and at the end, they, like many high school kids, did sleep with each other once, as far as was told in the story. and it felt extremely natural and extremely realistic, not something forced like you would have in most lewd games where it's either aha, I've caught you now and I'm going to ravage you type stories, which is a lot of the adult games, or they are just everybody is so extremely horny, for lack of a better term, that they go at it with random strangers, which isn't very romantic or very realistic either. So, in a funny way, every Valentine's Day is a reminder that that the video game industry still needs to grow up a little bit. And this, in part, as stupid as it sounds, like, or it may not immediately make sense, I think I have to blame the SJWs on a lot of this. Is because they're so into the idea of censorship that it creates secondary problems anytime anybody tries to tell a romantic story or a relationship story. Because if you decide in your one story that you want a heterosexual couple dating, there are some SJW trolls out there that goes, well, why are they heterosexual? If you do a homosexual couple that happen to be the same race, then some SJW trolls will go, well, why are they the same race? If you do a couple that happen to be gay and different races in a romance, then some SJW trolls come back and go, why isn't one of those persons transgendered? And then it just keeps going on. Some furry troll will come out and go, why can't one of those people be trans species? And it just, all of these incidences have actually happened, and they're not just fictional fears. That these kind of complaints have happened to the point where now everybody is afraid to speak in an artistic manner at all, and that has created this just horrible scenario where there's not any safety. No, people don't feel comfortable and people don't feel safe in expressing themselves artistically anymore, due to the ostracization of characters. Let's see. I don't know if I need more of those on the field. And the only thing I can say, and this is a hard thing to embrace, is you've just got to embrace the don't give a darn attitude when making art. You have to just completely reject groupthink, completely reject peer pressure, completely reject criticism, and say, hey, I want to do a Sonic fan game where Sonic dates a furry human gerbil guy. If that's the story you want to make as just an insane example, you just gotta embrace that don't give a darn attitude and do it, because there's always going to be naysayers, and far too many people have become well, this might be interesting. This would give your other creatures indestructible. I'll try that. Just tell the story you want to tell, and you can kind of even go back to like his and her circumstances. Like, that's a story that is certainly, when you're talking about high school students dating, getting into a romantic relationship that grows naturally over the course of like 26 episodes. I don't think all 26 episodes actually were around this one couple. What happens is the manga continues and a second couple starts dating, and you start following them, and the first couple become like background focus. It's a really good story. But yeah, when you're telling a story like that, you're gonna get some pushback. You're gonna get some complaints. You're gonna get people saying, "Well, why don't you set them in college otherwise?" This is where the whole all characters in this video game are 18 or older, or in college or whatever. All these lines come from. Whereas telling, frankly, the nearly exact same story in Shakespearean times with Romeo and Juliet, they're like 12, 13 years old. They're not even really old enough to have been in high school. Yet that story seems to be perfectly acceptable just because it is beyond criticizable without people realizing just how ridiculous the thought is. So yeah, every Valentine's Day, people have to grow up. People have to realize romance, sex, they're deeply intertwined. Like, you're very, very rarely in the human species going to find romantic scenarios where there isn't some kind of sexual element, and this is just nature and just the nature of reality, and people have to embrace that. So yeah, I desperately every year around Valentine's Day wish there were more romance stories. I guess I could suggest, I think the Steins Gate story, on the face of it, with having not played any of that, is probably a decent start. It's a visual novel series about a guy who is changing the entire nature of his reality to save his love.
It's nice to meet you.
I think that's what it's about. But also, I could certainly name dozens and dozens of other instances in video games where it's just questions, to say the least, as far as why isn't there more going on. In theory, Mario of the Mario Brothers has been dating either Princess Peach or Daisy or Princess Toadstool, one of those three female characters that are kind of interchangeable. Like, that romance has never gone in any further than a cake. Bowser is like the most mature amongst that group of three people, because at least in Odyssey, Bowser is trying to kidnap and marry the princess. Maybe he's just trying to do that to get some royal claim towards the Toadstool Kingdom, but at least he understands the concept of marriage, whereas it seems like Mario doesn't even understand that. Like, you have Zelda and Link. In their many iterances, there's been a lot of Princess Zeldas and a lot of Links. Not a single one of them have ever actually turned into any kind of romantic thing. Samus Aran kind of infamously was given a kind of boyfriend when Nintendo didn't care enough to really even control the story and the development of the, I think, other M series. but everybody hated that because then it turned Samus Aran from being a powerful, independent woman into someone who is just kind of pining after the commander who is ordering her not to use parts of her suit when she could have really used parts of her suits. And then eventually throughout the game he orders her that she can use the suits. It's a weird conflict between a military structure and the more mercenary style of character that Samus Aran had been depicted as in every other game. Donkey Kong, like the entire Donkey Kong family seems to have very little to no romantic interest at all, which seems a little crazy considering how many in Donkey Kongs that exist in like the Donkey Kong Country series. See, you could really just go up and down the entire roster of Smash Bros. Ultimate and just every single character. Star Fox really doesn't have a romantic interest except for in the Star Fox Adventure game, which really shouldn't even be considered canon because that was just a terrible game that they put Star Fox in to make sell some more. Some of this certainly also comes around from the fact that Atari treated games so badly when it tried to cover adult content with things like Stroker and I don't think it's called Montezuma's Revenge. That's something different. But yeah, there was some terrible unofficial unlicensed Nintendo games that were straight up porn games, and Nintendo was definitely not licensing those games. There were terrible Atari games before that were adult games. We definitely had games like Leisure Suit Larry that were joke kind of pornographic games, but nothing ever came in to fill in that gap. So there just became this very wide gap between all games are for kids, if according to Nintendo, and the occasional wild card developer that says, hey, here's a game I'd like to actually be for adults, but I'm not really going to put a lot of effort into it to tell anything more than a pornographic story. Which it's always important to know the definition between pornography and art, and it's best described, I find, as pornography is something that has a use and intention. It's something that's used for gratification, whereas art is completely useless. So yeah, that muddles the story a little bit if you're going to say that video games are for entertainment, but paintings are also for entertainment, but they have no like other physical use. It just doesn't really exist. So this guy's probably just going to activate his ability, but whatever, we'll see what happens here. So yeah, a lot of strip poker games, a lot of low effort games, a lot of low effort games we still see even to these days. Slide puzzle games on Steam. There probably is an argument that could be made that part of the reason why we don't get a lot of well-written romance is because nobody is encouraged or allowed to write romance very much. There are romance books, but let's face it, 50 Shades of Grey is not good. Is not good writing, even if it sells particularly well. But in a generational perspective, when you're given creative writing lessons, if you are giving any kind of creative writing assignments in school, would you be free and welcome to write a romance story? Like, even if it is just kind of a puppy love story? I think you'd probably feel like you aren't free to write that. And most certainly, I almost certainly guarantee there's never been a creative writing prompt in a standard curriculum that says write a romance story, even if it is just going to be a puppy love story. And if you were to start writing something that was downright realistic and that went into like a full-on sexual element to it, you would probably get in trouble, or your peers would freak out about it and ostracize you. So it becomes this hidden in the background, hidden and secret type of writing that you can never feel comfortable to express in those formative years in which a writer might actually get that kind of education. Now, one would hope when you get to college that they would be more mature, but honestly, a lot of times colleges are not much more mature than high schools are. So you'll often be surprised. So yeah, I don't think romance writing is encouraged. I think that is definitely a part of the problem. How did that guy have like death touch? Yes, he did. Well, that was stupid of me. And that was the one that didn't have indestructible, so I could have totally blocked the other guy and been fine. I think that's probably
Close your eyes and listen to the sounds of the wild.
Part of the reason why some of the anime shows just don't register or feel weird to a lot of Western people is when you have like something like Tenchi Muyo, where it's a harem show where several girls are romantically interested into a guy that clearly is a fantasy, but it's also something that they, let's see, has there ever been a harem show in the West? I don't really think so. Like there probably has been, but I couldn't off the top of my head. You have some of the terrible things. Ooh, I guess I can just play this for free. So we should try this. We're going to be playing with event decks, which each of these are the decks of the people in the World Series. This is something that Hearthstone failed to do. Like, being able to look at the cards people play, and it seems like he's playing very few cards as far as a variety. This is the thing, certainly, about playing at a high level competitive thing, is that you can just have 3 commander cards that are probably $50 each, and that's all you need, because they've run the statistics and run the numbers, and they know that the variety doesn't need to really exist here. Here, this guy is playing something that is heavily about land in a 3-color deck. Seems like none of them have sideboards, or none of them are releasing what's in their sideboards. Yep. So I kind of assume that these are cards that they had to submit their pre-built decks for the championship. I'm not sure if they submitted the cover art to use, considering how it's all the same cover art over and over again. So this would be interesting, I suppose, if you were really deep into Magic, a lot more than me. Like, just you going over this and pouring and seeing what the championship people are doing. These are probably those $500 style decks, as far as what these cards would really cost in paper Magic to own. This guy we can see is playing a different strategy than most. Whereas it seems like a lot of them are playing the same strategies. They probably are barely playing 4 different decks or 4 different styles of decks to balance out 4 different styles of decks. It seems like red is probably a big winner, and then they probably have several decks here specifically designed to balance out. Like this deck here, for instance, looks exactly like this deck. There may be 1 card difference, and that's it. Alright, well, start. So, it seems like you could probably just play as any of them, but you just need to get 3 victories and you'll get a sleeve. A World Championship sleeve, which I guess you could maybe use to trick a few people into thinking you played in the World Championships and spook some people, but anybody in the actual know would realize that no, that it just means you did this event. And they bothered to put the people's images in the game, which is interesting. See, the symbol, I need to figure out what that symbol means. I don't know what it really means. I'm just going to keep 7. And we have a different background here. That's interesting, too. This really just seems like you'd have to have a very good understanding of the cards. So, if I could get this on the field first, that would probably be helpful. Okay, well, let's start covering the news. We have a decent amount. And I don't think there's much more I could say. Like, go ahead and attack. If he wants to defend, he can defend fine. Now, it's not like you're really playing against this guy though, so you're just playing against a bot that happens to have the deck of this character. Bot's probably not particularly good at playing these custom decks. Not really knowing any of that. I would say that the comic book world is somewhat better about telling romance stories, but then the comic book world also has a lot of bad writing to answer for. There have been some web comics, there have been some probably not DC or Marvel comics that have potentially told a decent story, but then they often have to go particularly long to tell a good romance story or tell any kind of good story, because if you're talking 6 issues of about 20 pages as the Marvel and DC comics tend to be, there's just not enough there. There's not enough time there to tell a decent story. And manga probably tells a better story that way. And most definitely there's hundreds if not thousands of manga stories out there as far as romance that don't get converted into anime and definitely don't get converted into video games. The Sword Art Online romance of the first season, almost a decent story. I wouldn't really call it a great story though. Let's see. So I'm just gonna not attack this time. I did skip over a few games that popped up on the Steam just as the effort to kind of speed up the process, but not too many. And we're gonna just try and cover this and try and wrap up. This is probably gonna be Sleepy Friday. For a couple weeks there, we had some people actually. We had some people actually showing up and chatting on a Friday, which is extremely uncommon, and that was getting me more views. And you know what? I was getting a decent amount of views growing. Looking on Twitter, as I am right now, there's a few people that say happy holidays. You know, well, you don't have to say happy holidays for Valentine's Day. But let's see. Do this, then auto pay, then resolve. Interesting. So this gets +1/+1s that then lets me do quite a lot. Apparently I just stole somebody's card. Also, I did get a comment, somebody asking me to go back and play the You Don't Know Jack series. I said I do plan to eventually spotlight those games, but not anytime soon. And by not anytime soon, I mean really, really not anytime soon. Because the reason why I was covering those games in particular was because I was hoping that they would have been a easier path. I think I can pretty much just win here towards like an easier path to making content, as I was just constantly trying to make more and more content, and it really wasn't. They're fine games. Interesting. Did you have fun in the match? Yeah, I won, so sure. Well, that's a weird feedback. Okay. And then let's do one of the next one. Let's not play with the same deck each time. But yeah, the You Don't Know Jack series is a actually particularly hard series to try and cover because there's thousands of questions, most of which are pretty old. Autumn Burchett, which I'm still kind of thinking Autumn Burchett's a girl, but I'm not 100% certain. But yeah, because there's so many questions in the You Don't Know Jack series, it's very nebulous and questionable as far as when is the right time to stop covering one and move on to the next one. Let's see, why? Oh, that's green. Interesting. I thought that was blue. So I needed to play this. And then I needed to do this. Needed to do that on the first turn. This guy seems to have a pet, which seems to be some kind of special pet owl that I don't recall seeing anybody. I don't recall seeing anybody having that ability to own that. Let's see. Scry and draw a card, or draw a card and maybe put another land on the field. Let's see. 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Do this. Do I want to play this? I guess I do. See, I feel like this deck in particular is built around some crazy strategy. Some crazy one-turn win strategy, which this guy, whenever as soon as the battlefield attacks, you gain 3 life and draw a card. You may put a land onto the battlefield to escape. So I don't know if this is going to be able to immediately escape. 4 damage to each planeswalker and each. This would probably be something I'd want to play right now. Is that way they clear the field. What does this one do? Does X number of damage to any target. So if I just had enough mana, this would work. Well, this could be interesting also. Let's see. Draw this. And then resolve. And I kind of need force, but we'll take that just out of safety. And put that on the field. So that saves me one turn. But clearly there's a strategy to this that I'm not getting. Well, I'm kind of glad I didn't choose this guy, or girl. Because this seems like a really complicated, difficult challenge that is going for some big attacks while not having really any health or any defenders. Yeah, as far as game companies saying Happy Valentine's Day, you have like Deep Silver promoting Saints Row 4 Enter the Dominatrix as a Valentine's Day thing, but most video game companies are fairly quiet. Like, yeah, you have Koei Tecmo America putting out a fairy tale Valentine's based on the fairy tale anime / video game, but that's kind of it. You have Hatofo Boyfriend doing their thing. Do I want to dare try this a second time? Yeah, we'll try it. Wasting time, but that's fine. We kind of need to waste time. But so few companies have anything to offer at all. Borderlands putting out Borderlands 2 shift codes 8 months ago. That's not a bad thing, but certainly not very video game related. BioWare putting out like an animated GIF of Valentine's cards based on the characters, I believe, from one of their lesser known fantasy games. I can't even remember the name of it. Just keep everything, I suppose. Insomniac Games putting out some Valentine's cards. They don't even put out the Valentine's Day cards quick enough, though. Like, if you were a kid, for some reason, and this would be a big if for some reason you were a kid that was going to put out that content or give away a Valentine's Day card based on a video game company's Valentine's Day cards that they offer, you would have to offer those, I would say, at least a few days in advance, if not a week. You would not want somebody to have to rush to print something right before they are going to school, which is the implication there is that this would be for more kids that are still in school, most of these video game Valentine's Day cards, because I've never seen really a college setting where Valentine's Day cards are given out in mass and so generically. By the time you're in college, you should be getting a Hallmark card of some sort. You shouldn't really be you really shouldn't be giving out large groups of them to multiple people. Even if you're a player, you should probably be getting 5 or 6 Hallmark cards instead of getting a set of 12.5 cards that you have to give to an entire class like you would in a school setting. And honestly, that's probably just elementary school when you think about it, because I don't think in the United States too many middle schools or high schools encourage that either. We have Syed Alamalki saying hi, how are you? I'm fine. Thanks. Pondering the nature of Valentine's Day as it relates to video games, which seems to be kind of a unique situation. This is a slightly nice card because it lets you cast instants and spells. Otherwise, let's see. Cannot target spawn unless its controller plays. Can I counter? Twice of 4. That doesn't seem like that works. Right, so I have to hit Z to undo that. Or cancel that. Let's try this again. Just gonna do 2 this time. Well, that worked. Do I need 2 of these on the field? Not really. At this point, I don't need so much land. Why do these people have so much land? It's like he's got all this focus around land and all of that, but then barely any cards to play at all, which probably means they know how to play their cards a lot better than I do. Let's see what happens when we do this. No, I don't want to do that. So it just resolve. Sayad says, why don't you go live in Twitch? And then Alvaro says, nice avatar. Sayad says it's better. Why don't I go live in Twitch is because I just don't have any followers. Is that the right one? And as far as, like, I'm not saying I demand people that do the thing where they pay in Twitch, but I don't have enough followers or viewers or anything that makes me feel like I'd be in any way successful whatsoever on Twitch. Twitch is incredibly inconsistent and lacks partiality in how it treats people. It lets the... Wow, that guy just conceded. I don't even know why. These bots don't seem like they even know what they're doing. And I just got a reward of a owl. Interesting. Am I playing against other people? I guess maybe I am. So yeah, Twitch has just been kind of never proven to me to be a successful pathway. I barely have any subscribers on YouTube, and I would have barely less than 1% of the number of subscribers on YouTube than I do on Twitch. So while some viewers, of which I'm not even sure they are actually the minority, the majority there, some people seem to think Twitch is a better viewing experience. A lot of people think it isn't, and there's just a lot of baggage and a lack of professionalism in Twitch and I've just never felt like I wanted to make the jump. I moved over some of my old videos to Twitch to see if it succeeded. I also moved some of my older videos to BitChute to see if it succeeded. But YouTube has the eyes, for better or for worse, probably for worse. And so there's just no real competition there. I wish Twitch was way more successful and it was way more of a actual competitor to YouTube, but it just kind of isn't. And I don't honestly feel like the viewing experience is much different for end users, and it kind of doesn't matter because I have to do what's good for me. And my initial hope in my YouTube channel was to get enough subscribers and viewers that I would always get maybe $100 if I got really lucky, maybe even $1,000 a month in ad revenue. That way I could just have extra income without having to really even put a lot of effort into it. And for a brief time I was making some money on YouTube, and then they changed the YouTube partner program, and now I'm not, and I'm back to trying to get 1,000 subscribers. If I did have 1,000 subscribers, I probably would get close to $100 a month in ad revenue, which is not something you could live off of, but it certainly would be helpful. It would definitely improve morale as far as wanting to make more content. Whereas I don't know how many views and how many live streams you have to do on Twitch to actually make decent money. I've not heard really any success stories at all. And it's pretty much the same answers, frankly, that you'll get from anybody that streams on YouTube or some other service against Twitch. There's a whole So you were getting a comment from Alvera, you are, and then Sayed said, in the time you get better. I think, yeah, I'm barely following the conversation there. I'm not really following the conversation, let's be honest. One of the things I would say about Twitch too is that even if it were really guaranteed, if I actually believed that if I just started over from scratch on Twitch, I would actually have more subscribers and viewers or whatever, and actually be more successful. The concept of starting over after having put 5 years into the YouTube channel is just not something I would be willing to embark over. Like, if I worked at any other job and I had gotten promotions and raises, and then somebody told me, well, if you quit your job where you've gotten promotions and raises, or you've gotten at least somewhere, if you quit your job and go work at some other job, but you have to start over as a entry-level position with entry-level pay, that's not something most people are willing to do. Even if they do make promises of you'll succeed and you'll get more successful. So yeah, I'm just not willing to make that jump, and I think that's true for a lot of content creators. Like, you really only have to look, frankly, to the Fortnite streamer that jumped over to Mixer. Like, he was willing to lose thousands and thousands of viewers from his Twitch account to move over to Mixer to get guaranteed income from Microsoft because Twitch was just in part not paying very well. They're extremely greedy, and that's saying something when you're comparing it to something like YouTube, which is also extremely greedy. So there's no huge success story. There is no like PewDiePie style streamer on Twitch to mention that really has made a ton of money and made the platform feel like they know what they're doing and that they can make streamers successful. Let's see. Alvaro says, you're playing with people in the Pro Deck event. I am? I'm playing against real people. Okay. I mean, it kind of doesn't change anything whether I'm playing against a bot or whether I'm playing against real people. And I'm not sure if I fully understand that sentence either. Am I playing against like the real people that are in the pro event, or am I just playing with people's decks and their likenesses in the pro deck event? Like, I mean, how could that be the case? How would I have been allowed to play against 20 of the pro deck players? They would have to be playing 20 games at the same time. Unless I somehow got magically invited into some event I wasn't supposed to be allowed into. And I don't know why that would be the case. And frankly, if I was playing against these professionals, they should be wiping their butts with me, for lack of a better way to say that. Like, because I don't understand any of these decks. These decks are super streamlined, playing around strategies that are things I don't understand, playing cards I've never seen. Like, I shouldn't have even 2 victories at this point. Let's see. Alvaro explains, just average players playing pro decks. Okay. I can understand how that's working. That is a major problem with Magic Arena, is that they hide completely whether you're playing against a bot or whether you're playing against a real person. When that's the information that would be slightly helpful to know. Let's see. It's just inter-tapped. Let's see. This lets you cast spells without casting mana. Interesting. But then you can only cast them during your turn. Let's see. Let's see. Alvaro Marquez says they're showcasing the World Championship event happening right now. And then asking, did I vote? I voted that I liked one game when they asked me to vote on that on the Magic Arena. If you're asking, did I vote in some kind of United States election presidential thing, this is a video game stream, not politics, so I tried very much to stay out of that. I will say, though, that there is a major problem of jerry-rigging in the United States, and I am in a very jerry-rigged region where one's vote does not matter whatsoever. So it does not matter whether I voted or not. And let's just leave it at that. If they ever could fix the jerry-rigging and everybody's vote actually counted, then that's a much more important question. Or if you happen to live in an area that isn't jerry-rigged, then that might matter. So this card is just going to make a noise every time. This is Uru. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, you gain 3 life and draw a card. You may then put a land card from your hand to the battlefield. Interesting. Yeah, even if I was going to try and have a conversation about the potential people that are running for election in the United States and their effects on video games, I don't feel like there's too many people that have come out and said anything on either side, other than Joe Biden at some point said something offensive, saying that video game developers were creeps that teach kids to shoot guns or something like that. Don't quote me on that, that's wrong. But he said something along that lines. But I don't know if there's any real big thing to get upset about that. It seems like Biden is spouting off a bunch of ridiculous comments all over the place, most famously telling at least 2 people on camera to not vote for him. I suspect the video game industry is not going to be majorly affected by any kind of politicians getting elected or not elected in the United States this go around. And frankly, it's such a bottom tier focused issue that it really shouldn't be the main concern of most people. Moving on, Alvaro says, did you vote for the MTG World Championship? I did vote for that. I'm not sure I could name the guy who I voted for. I just looked at the picture of the guy and picked somebody. Just trying to get those free packs. Apparently, by doing this, I got a free owl skin that's only slightly different from the previous owl skins. So, I'm a little confused as to what the full strategy here is. He says the owl is part of the mastery pass. Oh. That's weird. I suppose that because I could have sworn the owl was part of the previous mastery pass too. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe that was like fox creature. Maybe I'm just forgetting it. This guy's taking a sweet time. Right. Lifelink until the end of the turn. Not yet. I guess you can do 9 there, and I think you can probably win the next turn fairly easily. Let's start going over the video game news. We have a Gamatsu article here. Umahari Kawase Bazooka launches May 28th in Japan. And I think this one is a Smash Brothers clone of the Umahari Kawase series. Fixed screen action game, perform combos with the new bazooka action. They really are expanding the Umahari Kawase series of this girl who is seemingly getting older and older in every game she comes out in, which is strange certainly to have a character age when you have like plenty of other characters that never age. Like Mario at this point should be in his 60s or 70s, if not older, but he's still the same age he ever was. Let's see. Alvaro, being very helpful, says cat, then fox, now owl. I don't think I was playing. I just started in the Throne of Eldraine series, so I don't think I did the mastery pass that would have had the cat or I was playing then. But I hate all of these characters anyways, because they just make noise and there's just no way to mute them. I'd be fine if he just wants to every now and then animate. Sometimes he animates a little too much and he seems to react when you put your mouse over him. But, oh wait, this is crazy. Alternate cost to do, how do we do this? Stomp does 2 damage. So, 2 damage to this. And then 2 damage to this. So I kind of understand this strategy. I can play this. Why can't I not play this? Apparently this is blocking these. Whatever. Get more health for no reason. I'm just wasting time here. And what would this ability have done for us? Scry 2. Watch, I'm gonna take so long that I'm gonna lose for that. Come on. Let me just attack. I'm ready to attack now. Let's see. Alvaro says in the player profile you can set it to have no pet. Yeah, I know. I just applied the new one I just got when I got it a few minutes ago, but I am gonna set it back to no pet. So we got the World Championship sleeve, and I don't feel like it's gonna be super informative to continue to go down this route and play the rest of these. It does seem like, though, if you wanted to, there's nothing stopping you from playing every single deck. A lot of the decks seem to be pretty similar, though. So, if you were just big into it. Although, the other thing is that they're giving off, I think, some rewards for watching the Masters. So if you want to be hyped about the Masters, you probably should just watch the Masters on this. Alright, so how many levels ago? Yeah, I got level 40 and it gave me that pet. we're now, I guess, working towards level 41. And then, is there another pet? Yeah, there's another one that looks pretty much exactly the same at level 80. I really doubt that there's going to be any trouble whatsoever getting the full mastery. And we get another skin. Yeah, as I deal with the mastery pass more and more, it does kind of become fairly obvious that you're mostly just getting skins. I think it probably is worth it if you can get 3,000 gems and not put $20 extra into this game every 3 months. But yeah, potentially paying $80 a year to get mastery passes is asking quite a lot. Right, so let's come over here and pet select. Yeah, they also sell these two pets. And let's see. We got the fox one. But it's different versions, but they again make too much noise. And then deck wise, let's look at our collection and see what new cards we got. New Banishing of the Light. New one of these. This is new. Search your library for an enchantment, reveal it and put it in your hand. I don't think I'd play that. Let's see. Draw a card, then discard a card. That might be a decent thing. Draw 3 cards. A lot of these blue cards are all around the idea of nilling out either yourself or the opponent. And it's kind of unlikely that would ever actually happen. Or you mill yourself to death. Not nil. You mill yourself to nil cards. Target creature gets +3/+2. This one is new. When it enters the battlefield, discard your hand, draw 3 cards, exile 8 cards from your graveyard with a +1/+1 counter on it. Yeah, that doesn't sound particularly useful. Wanted to see what this symbol was. What the symbol meant. Let's see. That's Theros Beyond Death, is what that symbol means. Which means if I was going to go to the store and buy these skins, these Theros Beyond Death skins, they would potentially be banned as skins, or maybe they'd never be banned as skins, but I'm not sure. Like, if I was going to say, look at this deck, which is a standard deck, which would mean that I shouldn't be able to put any non-standard cards in here, are lands just never banned, or are you good? Because I'm seeing a lot of symbols here. Like we have core 19 cards. Seems like you can have core 19 cards in there. That seems fine. Yep. I would be really happy to get those skins. It's still too expensive. But when you look at all of the other lands, basic lands, they don't look as good as those new ones do. Alright, let's get back to playing new. Experimenting with white cards from Theros Beyond Death. Trying to see if we can get a new white deck rebuild. Getting the daily quests done, getting the daily victories done. Let's see. Alvaro says actually there's only 5 decks. In fact, some of the champs are exact copies. Oh, really? It felt like there was more than 5. It felt like there were some that were somewhat similar, but not exactly the same. Well, I guess I could be wrong, certainly. But clearly they didn't... This is gonna have to fall under a criticism of Wizards of the Coast. Is if there were 5 champ decks, why not make me play with each of the champ decks, and maybe not require me to win, but play with each of them, play 5 games, and then because I played with 5 games, giving me a different reward for each of those 5 games. Why limit it down to only 3 games that require victories to give the experience? I honestly just don't think they think things through half the time. I would have much more appreciated taking all the stress out and saying, hey, we know that these are going to be card decks that you're not familiar with, so why don't you just play with it and have fun. After you play a game, we'll say you've played one, you get a little bit of experience, you get a little bit of a reward after each play. Once you've played all 5 of the decks from the Masters, then you'll have some more familiarity with the Masters and want to watch the Masters. And as such, you'll get your real goal, which one assumes Wizards of the Coast's real goal is to have more people watch the Masters and hype up that event, because they'd love for Magic the Gathering to be as popular as something like NFL, and it would be a lot of stuff and a lot of effort to get that high, but that's a much bigger goal than having an individual player win 3 games that don't really matter. Let's see. Put this on the field. And then put this down. Put this on the field. And then just no attacks. Yeah, and I guess I haven't seen them give away any rewards for playing any games, which they definitely should do, because there's totally a scenario here where a lot of these requirements, a lot of these challenges in Magic do require playing a lot of Magic, and it's such a slow game at times that you have to make those kind of adjustments. Right. Well, this guy could defeat me, so I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do this. Yeah, spending potentially 40 minutes on a game and getting nothing for it is the same thing that Hearthstone had a problem with also. It doesn't have to be so victory focused in the experience. I'd really like to see a collectible card game embrace something like a roguelite element to it, where you got some kind of XP or something, some kind of reward in general for let's just say no blocks this turn. Something in general for your effort, even if it was just a small amount of gold. And I guess in fairness, the Hearthstone game did give you like 10 gold for every 3 victories or 3 games you played. I don't know if it was 3 victories or 3. I think it was 3 victories though. So even in that setup, it really wasn't a lot. gonna go ahead and attack all of these. Because these guys are still powerful enough that they could band together and defeat this guy. Moving on, Gamasutra has an article here. Ubisoft's next Prince of Persia game is a VR escape room. We talked about this at the end of last stream. There's not anything really to say around this other than they're probably just trying to keep the copyright intact. And it's really a sad statement for the Prince of Persia series and Ubisoft in general. They also made Assassin's Creed inspired escape the room games, so they're mostly just using licenses. Let's see, I don't think we particularly need more land. Now I'm just gonna double check and make sure that my audio is still playing. Yes, it is. I think we're good. So I think if I just attack with everything, I'm fine. There. Yeah, that was a worthwhile fight, I suppose. Let's see, we have a game on Steam here called Alder's Blood Prologue. Let's see what this is. Seems like it's kind of a top-down, almost like a Diablo-esque, but really simplistic, with a decent amount of dialogue and reading also. Maybe it's a positioning tactical game. Looks kind of horrific. It's rated positively. It's free. It's English with allegedly full audio. Let's see, prologue, not a demo. I don't see the difference there. Almost certainly this developer doesn't have Alder's Blood. Oh well, and that game is in development, coming soon. But yeah, they don't have it out yet. So this is the kind of thing I'll put on the follow list, and we'll just see if I want to play the full game. If I did, I'd maybe cover the free prologue of it, but also a prologue style game is not really something that you should be super hyped or interested in playing, because it is there to mostly be an advertisement or a hyping agent. Jeez, I might lose here. Yeah, I've left myself open for an attack. I'm miserable. I did not calculate at all. So, I don't know if I can really blame the deck on this one. Because, yeah, I just stupidly left myself open to be attacked. And I probably did that last turn also. We've got 5 victories out of 15, so by the time I cover all the games and news, we'll probably be at 15 victories. I need to cover them fairly quickly. Gamatsu has an article here for Resident Evil Resistance adds abandoned park and casino maps, Alex Wesker and Oswell E. Spencer masterminds. I don't know if this is supposed to be Alex Wesker. As I understand it, the Resistance game is not canonical for the rest of the Resident Evil series. It's kind of a spin-off game, just using the engine, trying to be something. Trying to sell fairly well. It's probably not as bad as some of the other spin-off Resident Evil games. I also think that it was... here's Alex Wesker. So that's definitely a different character, unless she's wearing a wig and a completely different style of outfit. I also thought that here's Oswell Spencer. Wasn't really expecting an extremely old man. I thought this was going to get integrated into it. Yeah, it is. Resident Evil Resistance is included with Resident Evil 3, which is due out for the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC April 3rd. I'm a little surprised that it's coming out so quickly, but I guess there really isn't a lot that had to be done. They probably were parallel developing Resident Evil 2 remake with Resident Evil 3. And it's been a while since we've had network errors like this, so let's give it 7 seconds, I guess, and then I'll have to exit out of Magic and we'll see what we can do, because I can't cancel here. Okay, close the window and relaunch the window and see if it makes me log in. Let's see. Meanwhile, Gamma Sutra has an article here. Activision Blizzard has pulled support for NVIDIA GeForce Now streaming platform, which I think this was reported by at least one person on YouTube completely inaccurately, in that they said they pulled PC support for all of their games, which is not what they did. But it certainly does go to show that Activision Blizzard is not into the idea of the GeForce Now streaming platform, and they're not particularly interested in targeting a potential new audience of PC gamers. Now, very good chance GeForce Now streaming as a platform not going to go anywhere and not going to be successful, but it's a little silly to pull support for it before it really is even launched. Next, we have a game on Steam called Labyrinth of the Witch, which is, to me, looks like a mobile pixel graphics game. It kind of feels like it is almost like if you were to make an intentional iPad RPG. The thing here is I almost want to give it some credit because it doesn't look like an RPG Maker game. So many games like this exist that totally look like they're just an RPG Maker game. But on the other hand, it still is like a pixel graphics, just a pixel graphics RPG game. It's kind of nothing there. Maybe it has some speedrun idea. It's $14.99. It's English, Chinese, and Japanese. I'm gonna put this on the follow list out of just extreme generosity, and see if people somehow really love it. But in all realisticness, it's probably not making it from the follow list to the wish list. Gamatsu has an article here. For the PC, PS4, Switch, and Xbox One, Haven has its opening movie out. It's an RPG about love and freedom, due out in 2020. So if this comes out before Valentine's Day 2021, then at least there would be one game I could talk about on Valentine's Day. Maybe. Let's see if we can... 18 Peggy game. Seems to be a very watercolor based opening movie that probably has an art style that is completely different from whatever the actual game is. I've seen, actually, I think some teaser trailer footage of Haven, and yeah, I'm fairly certain it does look incredibly different from that opening movie. There probably isn't a great smart move to having a completely different art style in an opening movie, or frankly even having an opening movie at all, to a video game. Like that's very anime-esque to have opening movies having intros to episodic content, but in a video game, most opening sequences are going to be quickly forgotten, as the video games tend to be much longer and are fairly irrelevant and just in the way of jumping into the action, which is the real reason why anybody would be wanting to play a game, is because they want to interact with the characters, not watch an opening movie. Sometimes you have some artistic auteur reasons why you would want an opening movie in a game. I can't rail against all of them always, but they often are not worth their weight. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam here called Path of Giants. It looks like it is maybe a multiple character Lara Croft Go style game, although maybe, or just a multiple character puzzle platforming simplistic style game. I don't know if you really would want to call this a puzzle platforming. Maybe you would, but then you'd have to call it like a 2.5D puzzle platformer. It's $7.69 discounted. Single player only, with remote play, which those new features are interesting. Third party EULA, full audio on everything probably means they don't talk. English and lots of other languages. I'm going to put this on the follow list. It looks relatively well animated, and it looks like it might be a decent collection for its price of puzzles. Of course, the reviews would come back and correct me on that if it turned out it had only like 20 puzzles and took less than 5 hours to finish. Let's see. Game of Sutra has an article. Half-Life Alyx finally has a concrete release date. It's coming out on Steam on March 23rd, 2020. Only 6 weeks to go, I suppose. Unless it gets delayed, which, let's face it, this is Valve, so I would be fairly cautious that it might get delayed. This is the one that gives the other flying creatures indestructible. So, if I can get that on the field, that would be great. I feel like, if I was to guess, Half-Life Alyx will be a fine game. It kind of needs to be an okay game, because if it isn't, then there's some trouble around that. But I wouldn't be surprised if it isn't the end-all be-all of video games, and it doesn't gather enough people's attention or enough enthusiasm in a way that it makes a possibility that Half-Life 3 would ever come out, or that Valve would change their previous behaviors on things like Half-Life 3, or Valve would even make like a new game in a new series outside of the Half-Life universe, which honestly that would probably be more impactful to me, as if they said, forget it, we're not making another Half-Life game, we're not making another Counter-Strike Go game, we're not making another League of Legends games, we're doing something completely different. We're abandoning our old, and we're starting with something new that doesn't have so much weight on it that it's impossible to ever meet the hype. Let's see. This. They can keep sending this thing back to my hand as many times as they want. It's not really gonna help them. Let's do this. Just go ahead and do no attacks. Moving on, Gamatsu has an article here. Spirit of the North is coming to the Switch and PC this spring. Spirit of the North is the game where you play, I think, as a fox, following a bunch of ghost foxes. Yeah. There's been, frankly, a little bit more games like this than you would expect, so there's been a few games that have been announced where you play as animals running around, and I think a couple of them have already come out and not been particularly that good. And I can only kind of assume that they are coming from, there was a game that came out that was, Shelter was the name of it. Yeah, that's the name of it. Shelter came out a few years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, and maybe convinced some of more AA or AAA developers to make games like that, because there's been a decent run of those, more than you would think is realistic. Whereas if you go back to like the 90s and you have things where you're playing as like Diddy Kong or Banjo-Kazooie or anything like that, those are usually personified animals that you're playing as just kind of a cartoony, kid-friendly way to have a hero character. Very rarely where you're playing as, in any previous generation of games, where you're playing as an actual animal just doing animal things. I recently finished playing Snake Pass, and Snake Pass is kind of a great example of a game that is not really something that I would want to have kids play, because you're controlling a snake in the fashion that seems somewhat what it would actually require to control a snake. So you're having to move the snake in Snake Pass back and forth so it slithers on the ground so it can gain speed, and you're having to have it control all of its muscles to climb up and wrap around bamboo poles to get to higher elements. And it was just finger blistering and frustrating and not a good control scheme at all, in my opinion. So yeah, there's a flaw in that. And some of the older games, I guess if you were playing like The Lion King on Game Boy, you probably were at that point controlling a real lion. But yeah, that's a far stretch from games like Shelter and Spirit of the North, which even in Spirit of the North you can, the foxes getting magical powers and abilities, and I think that's necessary. So I can kind of just win this if I stick with what I do. Like, unless he can just get a lot of things on the field. I feel like I can just attack and attack, and I probably could attack with this too, but there's no reason. Let's see. Gamer Sutra has an article here. Releasing an update archive benefits both the devs and the players, says the Dead Cells developer. There's a creative freedom that comes from knowing any changes we make can easily be reverted by naysayers. So is he releasing his games to like a GitHub style version management software, I guess? The developer of Dead Cells is certainly doing a very different style of job in how he's releasing his games, versions of Dead Cells. I would potentially argue that there's, at this point, maybe a little bit too much focus on continuing development on Dead Cells. I kind of feel like it's done and over, and it's time for them to start working a little bit more in secret on the next game. That would be the ultimate way to develop a game, in my opinion, is if the developer of Dead Cells was putting out a lot of kind of open source, very communicative posts about the game that's already out, keeping the hype up, keeping people interested in Dead Cells, while secretly in the background also working on a secret project that nobody knows about, so he can spring it on people and have the maximum amount of enthusiasm and hype around a new game without doing the thing that you have people like the Yandere simulator developer do, which is make an entire career out of talking about development of a game that's just never going to see the light of day. Which I am particularly cruel, I suppose, to the Yandere simulator developer, because I think he, well, deserves it, but he's also just a prime example of somebody who's running monthly YouTube update videos talking about the tiny amounts of progress he's making towards a game that's been in development for at least 6 years, I would say now, and is not going to ever reach a final state, in my opinion. Whereas most other people have the decent sense to, alright, let's do this, let's see what happens. They have the decent sense to wait until they're much further into the development cycle. Also, this one death touch guy takes out this guy. Since none of these have trample, this will be interesting. This will be interesting because this may just turn the whole thing around. He may have figured out a way to kill most of my characters, leaving a lot of his characters alive, and 3 or 4 turns down the road, my 40 health will be... And yeah, I feel like Hushbringer is actually hurting more than it's helping. Yeah, I was supposed to gain a whole bunch of life, and Hushbringer seemed to stop that from happening. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Meow and Commander Reloaded, which looks like it's a low effort side shooter game. It almost seems like they tried to animate and actually gave it an effort. It's just bad animation. They want $4.24 for this. They're calling it a massive multiplayer game, where on the tags, where it is a single player game on the description, so the tags are wrong, English only. Now the tags might actually be because somebody else tagged it that way, but yeah, it does not look good. It's speaking of what doesn't look good, this doesn't look good as far as this game. Let's see. Gamma Sutra has an article here. There is a report saying Sony is facing a PS5 pricing quandary as manufacturing cost rises. The manufacturing cost of the Sony's next-gen PlayStation 5 has risen to around $450 per unit due to a parts shortage. This according to Bloomberg. They're specifically struggling to secure a reliable supply of DRAM and NAND flash memory, which is seemingly going to be major things. Those were both major factors in what was going to make both the Xbox Series X and the PlayStation 5 particularly successful. Is the large amount of RAM, very, very close and directly connected to the CPU of the next generation consoles. And I would assume that this article isn't just saying that it's a shortage because of like the coronavirus or even the China-US trade war. Because let's face it, Sony is a Japanese company, so it really wouldn't be probably as hard for them to source out all the parts, ship final PS5s out of Japan, out of China into Japan, and then ship it from Japan to around the world, and still avoid any kind of like tariffs or anything like that. At least somewhat. I don't know actually how you would do that, or if you can do that. But $470, whereas right now the PlayStation 4 Pro costs $400. This is becoming a growing theme, both in PC building and in consoles, though, is that everything is just getting more and more expensive in the video game console world, and in electronic world, and just in the world in general. Everything's getting more expensive. I find it unacceptable that to get a Nintendo Switch, you're talking at least $250. On a console, I would have preferred to pay at least $200 on, and frankly, if they could get it down to $150, I would be very happy on that. On top of that, the Switch being a kid's console with a screen that could easily be dropped, scratched, or broken, it becomes hard to justify buying a used version of a Switch, whereas buying a used version of an Xbox One X or a PlayStation 4 Pro is a much more reasonable thought, but still pretty risky. So I'd really like to see the consoles prices go down. I'd also personally like to see the cost of electronics in general go down. I need to buy like 5 hard drives for my server to replace. That's going to be potentially close to $450 alone. I need to rebuild all the motherboard and CPU and RAM on my server, which that could be as little as $400 to rebuild the whole thing if I go cheap, or if I use the proper equipment and the right type of RAM. It could be over $2,000. And frankly, I need to start thinking about rebuilding my PC in total, my gaming PC. Like, it's just so. And electronics certainly haven't gotten cheaper in, I would say, at least a decade. They've gone up and up and up, and then maybe dropped down just a little bit, but then that's about it. Let's see. So should I give this guy his victory and let him do all the damage, or should I just concede? Because this is going to take too much time. I say we just concede. So it seems, according to Bloomberg, what Sony's bosses are planning on doing is simply just waiting to see what Microsoft does as far as pricing. If it turns out that the Microsoft's console is the Xbox Series X is priced at $450 or higher, then they'll be perfectly happy, I think, to sell at that same price. And then if it turns out that it is not that expensive, then they will probably have to eat some of the cost of the development of the console and hope they can make it back on the back end by the selling of games, which is a particularly dangerous concept when you consider how Sony right now is not really gaining friends when it comes to game developers and third-party publishers. So I'm not sure the PlayStation 5 is going to have a lot of games that people want to play. They will definitely have some games, and they will have a few exclusives, certainly, but they're losing the Japanese publishers in particular, who were their bread and butter, and the main reason why people in Japan were buying Sony PlayStations. Maybe Japanese people do tend to be very stuck on traditions, so maybe just out of tradition the Japanese audience will just buy PlayStation 5s, and that might make a feedback loop where the Japanese game developers feel that they have to release their games on the PlayStation even if they don't want to. But right now it doesn't seem like that's the case. It seems like they are abandoning the PlayStation more and more to put games on the Switch or to put games on the PC, which has never been an audience that has existed as far as Japanese publishers. And even Microsoft is saying, I don't know if it's something that should be believed or true, but they are saying that they are developing relationships with more Japanese publishers. Meanwhile, the Western publishers are going to tend to want to publish on both consoles anyways, and probably PC also. But if they were going to specifically pick, and not specifically pick Nintendo for some reason, they would kind of by default have to pick Microsoft. So I don't see a lot of Western developers deciding to be on the PlayStation. It's so funny because I think the statement probably is true that the PlayStation 4 is better and kind of won this generation, but in the end I don't think they did enough with their victories to ensure that they're going to win the next generation. They rested on their laurels, for lack of a better term, and got lazy. Moving on, DraftSim has an ultimate guide to the Theros Beyond Death draft. I guess you could read this. Maybe I'll skim this if I have any free time. There's a bunch of images here that are not loading. What's funny here is I like these art of these of these pictures, but I think this card is actually not that good. I kind of would like Magic the Gathering to just put out screenshots and wallpapers more often. They should be a little bit more liberal and more proud of their art instead of selling it on placemats for way overpriced values on playmats. Not placemats, but effectively the same. We have a game on Steam here called Mission It's Complicated, which sounds like it's some kind of dating game. Well, just in time for Valentine's Day. It does seem like it is some kind of board game slash romance dating game. It's free to play. It's English only with 33 achievements, which is a high number, which makes me kind of wonder if this is an achievement game. I don't know why free games are allowed achievements at all. I thought they weren't. It's from Shell Games, which Shell Games also has what? Enemy Mind was a terrible game I spotlighted. Yeah, none of the other games that they seem to be putting out are particularly interesting looking. So, yeah. Let me look at this game, Orion Trail, because it looks like it's a Oregon Trail clone. See, this is mixed reviewed, and it looked slightly interesting, but no. So on the quality of previous Shell games, I kind of don't think it's worth putting this on the follow list. Also, on the fact that it's free, that's highly suspect. Like, why is this not a 69-cent game? It probably could have sold just as well. So I'm gonna call that a skip. It's a free game. If you want to check it out, check it out. Next, we have a game on Steam called Mist Hunter, which seems like it might just be an asset flip first-person shooter game. Looks like it's stealing a lot of the aesthetics from like Borderlands in the art style, which isn't a terrible aesthetics to steal. But I bet we're gonna find out this is like a single-player game. There's gonna be something here. It seems like you're kind of just in an arena also. Yeah, they are stealing a lot of stuff from Borderlands. $6.99, single player only, English and Russian, 21 achievements. Yeah, a lot of the interface here just looks like directly copy and pasted from Borderlands. So yeah, it just doesn't seem like it's got enough in it, enough invested development in it to have some different visual enemies, different visual locations, or enough visual variety. I'm seeing a little bit of variety, but not enough. I'm mostly seeing the character just stay in very small squares, running around in circles shooting at things. Alright, let's see, move on to the next one. TechRaptor has an article here. The E3 2020 website leak reveals new privacy policy and badge prices. So apparently somebody has leaked the new website. So they're saying that they're going to be secure and take great effort so that they don't leak out personal information like they did last year, and yet they can't even keep their own websites safe. Badge prices here: a gamer badge is $165, a premium badge is $1,000, whereas an industry badge is $0. That's ridiculous. Here's a list of people attending. It's also noticeable that the guy, Jeff Keighley, I believe is his name. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody different. Jeff Keighley said he wasn't coming to E3, and when I first reported that, I was like, oh, so some guy who runs the Game Awards is not coming. Turns out he was doing a bit of a pre-show before E3, so he's not doing that. And he's been coming to E3 for 25 years. So it was a little bit of a different scenario. Effectively, it means a super fan that had been coming consistently for 25 years to E3 is not coming to E3. Still doesn't really mean too much. And then this. This. Can't be blocked. Like, why can these not be blocked? Well, if these can't be blocked, let's take these guys on. It can be blocked. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called El Remedio de Adolf, which I don't know if this has to do with Adolf Hitler or some other Adolfs, because this clearly is a Spanish game that seems to be mostly played out of books. So mostly a text-based game with a little bit more animation than you would see in text-based games. I've certainly seen some that are worse. If anything, I would guess that it is a game where you're trying to find a cure for someone named Adolf. Let's see. This is $3.59 discounted in Spain Spanish. Yeah. So, I guess maybe if you like text-based games and spoke Spanish, you might be interested in that game, but I imagine most people wouldn't be one or the other of the reasons why. Let's see. Let's block this. Sad says I'm back, ha ha ha. On the chat, okay. Next game we have that came out on Steam is a game called Finding the Soul Orb, which looks visually polished enough to look like a AA, maybe AAA game. Seems like you're running around with a crossbow, which might be something of interest. Or maybe not. Well, looking at the screenshots, we have a decent amount. It seems a little bit dark, and it seems like you're shooting werewolves. We really haven't had a lot of werewolf hunting games. This is $7.19, but it's bundled with several other games by this developer, most of which were, I think, mostly walking simulators, if I recall correctly. This is English full audio with subtitles for German, Russian, and Turkish. Let's look at this bundle info a little bit. Now we gotta play, so we'll come over here. I'm getting all the health I could ever need, but if I don't have the one character that synergizes there, like, the problem with this deck is that it has only one path to victory, and as soon as those cards are eliminated from the field or just not drawn, you really are just gaining life to stall a game. You're playing a very poor example of control or tempo. So let's see. Drizzle Path is mixed. Drizzle Path Genie is mixed. Bottle is mixed. Drizzle Path Glass is mixed. Nephinese is mixed. Nephinese Begin is mostly positive. The Hunting God is mixed. Bottle Pilgrimage is mostly positive. Nephinese Ascension is mostly positive. Drizzle Path Deja Vu is positive. The Dead Tree of Renchiuna is mostly positive. And then there's a game here called Little Brother Jim that doesn't look like a walking simulator. That's positive. So, how are we gonna do this? Just do no blocks? So, in the bundle, you have a lot of games that are mixed. I'm fairly certain walking simulator games. Just asset flip walking simulators. Also, a lot of the games are the same series over and over again. This guy is flicking coins. So, finding the lost soul is a hard pitch. But I'll put it on the fault list out of generosity. We'll see. But almost certainly, this is going to be a game that's mixed like every previous mixed game on Steam. This is a developer slash publisher who is right in the middle. I mean, they're not really making quality products, but they definitely aren't at such a low effort or such a low quality product that that you would just call them a troll and dismiss them and personally wish for them to not be on Steam. In my own personal opinion, I'd like Steam to be a much more curated experience. Well, in what can only be described as insanity, Gwent the Witcher card game is in pre-registration for Android. So, I don't know how you don't say that's too little too late. I mean, Gwent, if it was going to be a successful card game, should have been a successful card game probably 2 years ago. And the fact that they are just now starting to potentially have an Android version, when I'm fairly certain there was an iPad version of the game, maybe not an iPhone version, but an iPad version. He's doing something crazy here. He's drawing all of his cards, but he's got like plenty of them. And I think he's probably scrying. But does he really only have 2 cards? Did he somehow just lose? Did this guy just like mill himself to death? Or does he just have so much damage that he can attack and win? He probably has so much damage that he can attack and win. Yeah, he looks like he does. So he was playing, I think, this that was flipping coins and tapping my creatures. So, yeah, even if I was going to play Gwent on my cell phone, it would really just be to report back how good or bad Gwent is on a cell phone. It's certainly not something I would play for any long period of time. Best case scenario, we do this. 52. health. Alright, we want to edit this deck. We need something that's around the concept of gaining life. Above just Engeni's Pride Mare, because that's the thing. Let's see, life. Let's see if we can search both key phrases and filter out some more. Whenever you gain life, you may pay 2. If you do, you draw a card. Create a 1/1 soldier with lifelink. Try that. See, we need something that does damage whenever you gain life. Which is probably a black card, if I was to guess. And I don't think that there is a pure gain life mechanic as far as a white mono deck. And honestly, there may be just a point to realize here that it may not matter anymore. It may never really have mattered to play a mono white deck. Yes, there are daily quests that want you to play a certain number of white cards, but if you played a white black deck, you probably would be able to still play enough cards to get that daily quest done. Unlike Hearthstone, I've never really run into a scenario where it was difficult to win or to get the daily quest done. So if I was to start throwing that in, then that makes it a black-white deck. And then let's see. That. And then that. And then that. And what would it cost to craft a couple more of these? Core 20 cards. And then I don't think there's probably an argument to make a green deck. And these combo cards probably. Not super useful. Just throw in some more of those cards. yeah, okay. And so then what I would want to do is throw in a bunch of black, white lands. And I don't know if there's anything else I need to or want to put in. Is there? Alright. Get rid of this search. Then search just black and white and land. And then let's see. See what we've got. So white and blue. There's white and blues. How much would it cost to craft all of these? Yeah. 1, 2, 3. That doubles up on that. And we can get rid of that. And I'll throw one of these in there. And let's see. Don't know if there's anything else I'd want to really put in here. So that puts me at 89, which we start by getting rid of those and those, and then that's 9 plus 9 is 18 plus that is 23. Let's see, let's go ahead and get rid of this. And do I have anything else special as far as a land I could throw in? Because I think I should have something special as a land. I've done too much deck rebuilding today. By the way, yeah, I recognize that. Fabled Passage. It's probably not bad. Right, Evolving Wilds. Probably not useful. Field of Ruin. Maybe it'll work. Gonna come down to one of those. And then I'm gonna come down to that. Let's see. What else do we want to get rid of? This is kind of useless. We have 17 more cards to go. This is kind of useless. That's kind of useless. This is probably useless. Let's get rid of a couple of those. I think this is mostly useless. That's 9 more cards to go. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of all but one of those. Get rid of all but one of those. Get rid of one of those. Get rid of one of those. Get rid of one of those. Let's see how this deck works now. Yeah, spending way too much time doing deck rebuilds. That's gonna be it for deck rebuilds today. I'm supposed to be burning through articles and through games. We have a game on Steam here called Xeon 25, which looks to me like a Windows 95 style game, and that does not look pretty, and it's not recognizable as an actual game that came out for Windows 95. It's $2.79. It's English and Russian with 12 achievements. Yeah, just looks like a low effort Russian game. Play that one first. That's the right move. And then we play this. And then play this, I guess. Next we have a game on Steam called The Treasure of the Dragon, which looks like it's a card-based strategy game of no real interest. Some of the art on these cards looks slightly interesting, but that's about it. And it seems like there's probably not much variety in the art. This is a free-to-play game, online player versus player with in-app purchases, English and Chinese. Yeah. So we got a free victory there, which I always appreciate, but not very informative as far as how well this deck improved, if it did improve at all. According to Pratchett, which I believe wrote some of the Lara Croft games, and I think is the daughter of Terry Pratchett. Happy birthday, Lara Croft. So apparently Valentine's Day is Lara Croft's official canonical birthday, at least according to Pratchett. I'll just leave it at that. If that information is wrong, it certainly does kind of hurt the Lara Croft series of games that to give her Valentine's Day as her birthday and then completely ignore the fact that she has like no romantic interest whatsoever. Like the reboot of the Lara Croft series could have easily been around in part. I just discarded a card, didn't I? That was not what I wanted to do. Like, you're chasing after saving a friend in the Tomb Raider reboot, and a Asian, like, co-worker, for lack of a better term, throughout the story of that entire story, and there was no reason not to have a romantic interest. Why does it keep telling me to discard cards? What is he doing? There's no card here that says discard cards. Oh, it's telling me to discard cards because I'm not playing them. That was a super fast game too. Well, I guess I just proved that you can lose miserably in 3 turns if you don't have land, which is why the whole mulligan system exists, I suppose. This is an interesting background. So we play this, then we activate this ability, and then we scroll. Oh, all I can grab with that though is white land because I didn't put any regular black swamps in the field. So the one color I would have plenty of, that makes those cards useless. We have a game on Steam here called How Buddy's Parents Met, which is a jigsaw puzzle. To me it looks like it is just kind of a low effort jigsaw puzzle game that is somehow trying to tell a story, which is actually rather ambitious as like a Valentine's Day style card, Valentine's Day game. It's $1.39. It's English, Portuguese, Brazilian, and Spanish Latin America. I have to applaud the idea though. Instead of just making a jigsaw puzzle game that's a low effort game with some stolen art assets of anime girls, telling your own tale is cutesy. It's still kind of a problem though because it is terrible jigsaw puzzle games that nobody really should play on Steam at the very least. Maybe if they were just ad supported on a cell phone and you really like jigsaw puzzles, there would be an argument for playing a game there. But if you're sitting at your computer on a daily basis doing jigsaw puzzles, you might as well just be in your house doing real jigsaw puzzles, which are probably cheaper in the long run and more tactile. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Empty, which seems to me like some weird gravity platforming jumping game. The controls seem pretty crazy from the looks of this video, and doesn't seem like there's much other than that. You're just kind of maneuvering and flinging your body towards gems for some combo. It's $4.99, no discount, English. I don't see anything interesting there. Geez, the only thing I can do is this because I have no black. So if I am going to continue down the path of having black land, I need to go back and change the land at the very least. Split half of it from white plains to swamps. Let's see, because even this is not really going to help me because it's going to take extra turns, and then I guess eventually I can start playing Vindictive Vampire. Okay, well, put Vindictive Vampire on the field. Next we have a game on Steam called Table Manners, a physics-based dating game. This was a game that at first look I thought might be an interesting dating simulator game, but really it's a surgeon simulator game, which is to say you just fling your arms all over the place and spill water and fling the food and all of that. So as you see, you can see it's already mixed on the reviews. It's not particularly interesting. At least they got the timing right and released it on Valentine's Day. Although I would also argue that if you were going to release any of these games for Valentine's Day, why not a week ahead? Like, why not on Monday instead of Friday at the very least? That way people could purchase the game, install it, get kind of good at it, particularly if you were gifting this to somebody. Although, is a video game based around a dating physics simulator really the type of experience you would want to give to somebody? Because it's almost something you would give to somebody you hated that you knew had no date for Valentine's Day. because this isn't really a romance game. This is more of a you don't know how to romance statement. Therefore, play this, you fool. It's kind of insulting. It's not the kind of game you'd want on Valentine's Day. What you'd want is something that actually is relatively romantic, or better yet, you'd like to know the person more intimately and know what kind of games they like and just gift them that kind of games. Perhaps that's why there aren't very many romance or Valentine's themed games out there on Steam, is because if somebody is just into Halo, gifting them Halo is a much better gift for a Valentine's Day gift. And I have a suspicion that if any video games are being gifted on Valentine's Day, there's a decent chance it is girls gifting it to guys. But then again, most gamers probably already have the games they want. So Valentine's Day, as far as a storefront like Steam, you'd probably be best off just putting the gift cards on sale. That would be a smarter move. That way they can buy whatever they want of any games whatsoever. Let's see. Guess I can attack, so I might as well. Moving on, Gamasutra has an article here. An ex-Starbreeze executive has been convicted of insider trading. After over a year of investigation, one of two former Starbreeze executives suspected of insider trading have been found guilty of selling shares before the decision to restructure was made public. So, yeah. You have to be very careful if you're actually working in a company and you have shares in that company to avoid, well, getting convicted of insider trading. Although we'll see if these rich people end up in jail or if they end up paying a fine. Odds are it's going to be a small fine, or one would hope at least a fine that is bigger than the amount of money that they profited on. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Mission Zigluton, which looks like a weird animation game, or weirdly animated game, but then it also looks like it's just a frustration platformer game, and those are definitely not my bag. So I kind of like this animation. I like that it's unique and different, but the fact that the gameplay looks exactly like a Super Meat Boy frustration platformer totally makes me uninterested in it. It's free to play, single player, English only, so I guess you could check it out. They say it's a free short game, which that makes sense. This is almost sad news from Gamatsu. Atelier Rydo, Ever Darkness, and the Secret Hideout, which is out for the PC, PS4, and Switch, has only topped 350,000 units. So that's shipments, that's not actual units sold. The thing I guess to take from that is the Atelier series, while it does seem like it is getting more and more popular, it's still very much a niche JRPG series that has different characters. This character in the Rydo series particularly well liked. This came out in September of 2019 and in October of 2019 for Steam. So it's had maybe about 6 months to try to reach 500,000 and kind of failed at that. Maybe in a year from now they will reach between 500,000 and 700,000, but yeah. JRPGs are still definitely a niche, and there's almost certainly no way to convince more people to play JRPGs of any kind. Pokemon has been the most successful JRPG series, and they mostly have managed to convince people to play it by dumbing it down and attracting very young kids. Okay, let's go ahead and play this. I don't know if that was the right move, but whatever. Gamma Sutra has an article here. The former Nike and Zynga executive Adam Sussman has been named the president of Epic Games, which... What happened to the last guy who was the president of Epic Games? I thought he was still in charge. Let's see. That's... It's kind of crazy, because who was the former president of Epic Games? When did he leave? Why did I not hear anything about it? Let's see. Well, this guy can't even do anything. But let's get rid of him anyways. What happened to Tim Sweeney? Let's see. I'm gonna have to do some searches here. To Wikipedia, Epic Games. Tim Sweeney was the guy. He's the CEO. Okay. Tim Sweeney founded Epic Games. The CEO is Tim Sweeney still. Adam Sussman is labeled as the president. Maybe there wasn't a president before, and they just filled that form. It's kind of crazy that you can have a president and then have a CEO that trumps the president. I really don't know what a president does at all in a game like that, in a game company like that. Let's see.
You fear me.
Yeah, I can't find any information that who the former president was, and I cannot at all remember if there was a president before that. Well, let's move on, since I'm trying to rush through this. Gamatsu has the VVV Tunia debut trailer and a behind the scenes game. This is the next Neptunia JRPG game, which I'm gonna go ahead and skip watching this because this is probably not gonna be super informative. The Neptunia JRPG games seem like they're fun little romps with not really pushing the bar very far as what they're doing. I'm gonna attack here, and I'm gonna attack here, and then I'm gonna go ahead and sacrifice this to destroy something like this. Not that it's gonna really help. don't think I played in the right order there.
Let's think this through.
This guy's trying to make me run out of cards. And I may very well succeed at it. Let's see, next we have a game on Steam called Green Elephant Epilogue, which looks like a low-effort, dark screenshot horror game. I'm gonna guess maybe a Russian game too. $5.39 discounted, English and Russian full audio. Yep. Nothing visually appealing there. See, this next game is tagged sexual content, so let me make sure it's YouTube family friendly. On the screenshots at least. Yeah, it looks alright. Next here we have a game called Senran Bonka, which I don't think is part of the Senran Kagura series. This developer and these publishers don't sound familiar. It's labeled very positive. It looks like it's a visual novel. The art seems decently well done. Maybe some inconsistency here and there, but not terrible. Doesn't look terrible at all by any means. Let's see, it's $31.49, which is pretty expensive even for a visual novel. Japanese full audio, English and Chinese. Let's see. Is there anything more to take from this other than it's rated very positively? I'll put it on the follow list and we'll see if it maintains that very positive rating. If it does, I guess it's one to consider. Very possibly not one of the top 10 visual novels out there worth playing, so very possibly not one that I'd ever want to cover. But I'm trying to be particularly liberal and accepting as far as visual novels go to find the best of the best. And I guess that does mean there is at least one romance slash lewd slash sexual content game that came out on Valentine's Day that looks like it actually is somewhat a reasonable game to sell on Valentine's Day.
How you played
Depending on, I suppose, what you're trying to actually accomplish on a Valentine's Day type game. I'd guess that a romance Valentine's specific type game would be in parts to get both sides in the mood, or at least one person in the mood by playing a game, or perhaps live vicariously because they don't have a Valentine's Day date. And I think that visual novel probably plays into that thought pretty well. Next we have a game on Steam called Gunman and the Witch, which seems like an odd combination of crafting a city and like top-down shooting with some RPG elements too. Like it kind of feels like it's all over the place. You have these timers connecting the elements, and it's a top-down twin-stick shooter, but then you go into the stores and it upgrades your abilities, and you build more stores to upgrade your abilities, and so it's kind of like a round rush. And there's different rounds and you have to rush to accomplish the rounds. It's early access and free. It has a third-party EULA and it's English only. It's got an award for Thailand's National Software Contest of 2019. Apparently it was made by a Thailand-based company. That, more than anything else, makes me want to give it a follow. It's because it's made by a Thailand-based company. And you don't see a lot of that. But it is also free, so it'd be kind of silly for me to cover it, and having a third-party EULA is always crazy for most games. And the actual combination of two styles of games that don't really feel like they mix well together certainly doesn't help it.
Close your eyes and dream of me.
Well, it seems like I'm doomed. 5 planeswalkers on the field, or this isn't a planeswalker, but 4 planeswalker and an enchantment saga on the field. And the only thing I can do here is block. I think we'll just go to our default deck, and I'll have to experiment with this deck some more later. Because I'm clearly gonna lose. So let's just go ahead and concede and move on with our lives. Back to the Out for Blood deck. Next we have a game on Steam that says SCP One More Life. Now I don't know if this is the person. There was this story that I didn't really cover much, where a Russian person, somehow in Russia, corruption being very prevalent in Russia, gained the copyright of SCP when it really shouldn't be allowed to have gotten the copyright in Russia, and seems to be now reverse suing the collaborative community website that where SCP existed previously and predating anything that the Russian developer made. So somebody is claiming they own something that they don't own, is how it seems to me. And if I was to guess, this is probably that developer putting out yet another game using SCP. After the game Control came out and it made a game that was loosely based on the same ideas of SCP without using the name of SCP, I'm a little surprised there weren't more games that used the SCP concept, but this certainly isn't helping anything if one person is claiming they own everything that SCP ever that people on the SCP community forum created. Ignoring that controversy, since I don't really know if this is that publisher, that developer, or somebody completely different, this game is $2.39 discounted, and it's Russian only. It says it has English full audio, but it says also English language not supported. It doesn't look much like a game. It looks like a low-effort visual novel in Russian. Doesn't look like there's much there. So that can be an easy pass as far as I'm concerned. Next we have a game on Steam called Digmania. By the looks of it, you can see it's a pretty low effort MS Paint looking game. It's $1.99 English only. I'm not going to say anything more about that. That would have been a game to easily curate out, considering how there's nothing there worth mentioning. Next we have a game on Steam called Ace in Space, which again the graphics don't look particularly good. Seems like it's kind of all over the place. Feels like this is a bad teenage animator trying to make a bad bad visual novel game. There's something here wrong where it is an asexual dating simulator game and they're saying all the pronouns, which I think inherently is a misunderstanding of the phrase asexual, because asexual people don't have any desire to have any kind of sexual, or in general, my understanding, I don't think they have any desire to have any kind of romantic relationship at all. And I imagine there probably are some people that claim that they are asexual and are in a romantic relationship, and the truth is they'd be better defined as being just extremely low libidoed. I think what they're trying to say here is an agendered dating simulator game where none of the characters have gender, and thus the they them pronouns would make more sense. Inherently, this is kind of the problem of there being not really well understanding or definitions of these things, and people being allowed to in part just define words to mean whatever suits them without any real pushback for fear of controversy. Regardless, it's $9.99. It's English only, and it doesn't look like a good game or a good visual novel. I think the one thing you have to get right when making a visual novel is that the graphics have to be very, very good looking, because you're not going to be making a lot of them. So if you have something that looks like it was drawn by a teenager with colored pencils, that's nowhere acceptable at all. It feeds into the paradox of the visual novels on Steam in general, that visual novels by far make the most money on Steam because the good ones charge quite a lot of money, and the bad ones are so numerous that you're just getting sales on the margins regardless. So if there was some major curation of visual novels on Steam, which there probably should be a little bit of that, where they just eliminated things that have been out for 6 months and haven't sold 1,000 units, just the bottom of the barrel visual novels, it probably wouldn't change the amount of sales by even a percentage point, because the good ones would still sell and the bad ones would still not sell, like they've always kind of not sold. It's a similar argument to saying, like, football is super successful, but if you eliminated all the NFL football games that existed in the United States, football would still probably be super successful. Or vice versa, if you eliminated all the NFL games, then football would be incredibly unsuccessful. There aren't a lot of people watching football of college league, or the XFL is gaining some small popularity, but not a ton, I assume. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called The World of Others, which looks like a dark screenshot first-person shooter game. Good graphics are just not polished enough here. They want $9.99. It's English and German with German full audio. Yeah, there's just a lack of polish on the heads-up display and the interface, and this doesn't look particularly good. And it's not like we're seeing any enemies or anything that's actually being shot at. So those are other things to keep an eye on, is what are they not showing you. This guy is trying really hard to defeat me, and he managed to do it. Wasn't paying attention. Yeah, and that's pretty much how this is going to boil down to, is I'm just going to keep on not paying attention and maybe get a lucky victory here and there, but probably not too much, because I'm trying to burn through all these games. Next we have a game on Steam called Wandering Through the Vines, which again, just like really bad animation. Seems like the character just turns into things. Seems like there's no scale at all. Yeah. This is $7.99 English only. Yeah, right. Just, sometimes I look at games and I honestly wonder if somebody just did acid and then drew a bunch of things and decided to make a video game based on those drawings. And very possibly, were they still on acid or some other drug influence when they were publishing and filling out all the forms to publish the game. Let's see, Gematsu has the same article about the PlayStation 5 manufacturing cost pushing up to over $450 per unit. This very well might feed into the Xbox concept that's being pushed, that the Xbox One X and the Xbox Series X are practically the same consoles, and there isn't going to be much of a generational difference as far as they're concerned. It'll just be a performance difference. Darksiders Genesis is now available as of today on the Xbox One, which seems weird. I guess maybe it was an Epic Store exclusive for consoles too? I don't think it was on the PlayStation before then. Whenever in the non-creature control battles you may exile it, creates a copy of that. Why would I want to do that? Well, let's not do that first, at least. Darksiders Genesis, not a game that blew anybody's socks off, but certainly not a terrible game by any means either. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Liz and the Tower and the Grimoire, which is just an RPG Maker game. It definitely feels like there might be some uncensored patch that shows you a half a dozen images. This is $13.49, and it's English, Chinese, and Japanese from Kagura Games. Yep. I don't see anything here worth playing. Like, honestly, I could not imagine there ever being a scenario where a game that looks like an RPG Maker game actually convinced me to play it. Guess next turn if I tapped this guy, I could attack with this guy. And meanwhile, I could give everything trample right now and rush. Let's see how this works. We'll do this, and then we'll attack with this one, and we'll attack with this one since he can't defend on that one, and we'll see what happens. This next game is tagged actual nudity, immersive sexual content. I guess it's kind of important to remember the differences there on those tags. But the screenshots look YouTube family friendly. Let's see, take action. Then bring that right back. Yeah, that works pretty well. Of course, this is a nightmare. So, can I bring it back a second time? And they could have brought him back from the graveyard, actually, too, so there's a couple of different ways I could have brought that back from the graveyard. This way also. But you know, this might synergize with Bola Citadel pretty well, because I could potentially bring back characters all over the place. Alright, so next we have this game called Moe World War II 3 Deluxe Edition. Moe is the Japanese art style of cute younger girls. It's kind of shifted too. Like they used to be really young girls, and now it's kind of an expanded thing. Here on this art style you can see this face in the shadowing and shading here is very different. Look at the hair, there's barely any lines here, whereas this has a ton of lines in it. So this seems like a completely different artist drew these two these two characters. His face is different angles, the eyes are, well, the typical large anime eyes from Mickey Mouse tradition. So basically this is a game that I think is just about retelling the story of World War II in a weird anime fashion. With anime girls. It's tagged, it has nudity. It's probably a cheap Chinese game if I was to guess. $14.99. Nope, English and full Japanese. It's actually a Japanese game. So, do I put this on the fall list? I would say no, because it looks like it's a pretty simplistic game. It looks like you're doing some kind of rhythm thing or something. It doesn't look particularly interesting, nor does it particularly look like it's really translated very well to English. It's also from a developer and publisher I don't really recognize. Also, if there's 3 of them in the past, that's a issue also, I suppose. I have to come back here and remember to play. Yeah, the only other game they have published on Steam is labeled as mostly negative. So, yeah. There's some flaws there. There are definitely some weird retelling / fetishizations of World War II elements that the Japanese do. But honestly, I think that they're just being weird for their standard Japanese weirdness sake, more than anything else. Alright, so we bring back this guy, and then put a counter on, I guess, this guy. Then guess we just say no attack. Next we have a game on Steam called Biathlon Battle VR, which looks like a VR skiing game. Although if it's a biathlon it would be 2 things, so it's skiing and shooting, which I've yet to see anybody do one skiing game really well, let alone one skiing and shooting game really well. Let's see, requires VR, it's $9.99, which is a little cheap for a VR game, says it supports a bunch of languages. I don't see anything here of great value. I would argue doing a biathlon in VR at least makes some sense because it isn't the most accessible thing to do. Like skiing is not available to everybody all around the world, and shooting is not available easily to everyone around the world too. Let's see. Apparently YouTube was created on Valentine's Day 2005. So that's surprising. You'd think they would celebrate that more. So 22 hours ago, YouTube creators put out a comment here I wanted to mention. It's common for scammers to target creators with fake phishing emails claimed to be YouTube in order to trick you into sharing personal information. This is not particularly the right thing to say when there has been a very large rash in the past couple of weeks of people gaining control of the YouTube accounts. They're getting personal information, very much so, but what they're doing, it seems, and I've had to basically unsubscribe from a couple of channels already, is these channels are deleting all of the old content of the YouTube accounts and putting up videos / live streams promoting Bitcoin, it seems, or some kind of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency as a scam to get the audience to get the audience to give cryptocurrency to the scammer who stole the YouTube channel. And YouTube is not being particularly helpful, and there's rumors I've heard, at least I'll call them rumors, that they've figured out a way to get around two-factor authentication and steal people's accounts. And it's been a problem that they have definitely not addressed or talked about at all. And certainly I have a decent number of channels I'm subscribed to, but it's not like I have thousands of channels I've subscribed to. So if I've seen 2 or 3 of them do something like that, then it's definitely happening more than they would like to admit. There you go. This guy is hexproof, which I don't think will matter. I may have played poorly there, but I won. Like, had he managed to do 1 more damage, or had I blocked a different person, I wouldn't have won there. Let's see. Next, we have a game on Steam called Shotgun and Zombies, which looks like it's not a widescreen game. It looks like a Windows 95 first-person shooter with dark screenshot syndrome. Very unappealing visually. $2.99 discounted English for audio. Nothing more needs to be said about that. Let's see. Next, we have a game on Steam called Mindless, which looks like it's a minimalistic, probably walking simulator. They're calling it an RPG game. I guess there's a guy with a gun. I'm not seeing anything here of particular interest, though. Let's see. You have a twisting camera angles and a twisting world. That's somewhat interesting, but not. It's like it's trying to do Super Hot without any of the polish of Super Hot. $4.79 English only. Yeah. Nothing there of interest to me. See. Next we have a game on Steam that I guess is supposed to be Nonet Ensemble Magic Work Labyrinth. So this probably is being horribly translated from Chinese or Japanese from the looks of it. If I was to guess, this is a somewhat modern dungeon crawler being ported to Steam. It looks very zoomed in, like a mobile tablet game would be. It's just a lot of stuff on the screen, which tends to imply a Chinese game. It's $19.99. Not really much more I can get from it. English, Japanese, full audio, and Chinese. I guess that does imply it's probably a Japanese game more than the Chinese game. But what I'm definitely not seeing here is anything that's really worth playing. Nope, not really seeing any gameplay that catches my eye. Play this. Next we have a game on Steam called Shepton, which looks like it's a horror survival game, maybe more than just a first-person shooter. You're playing with a screenshot. It looks like there's some asset flips that are chasing after you. Seems like you're supposed to run around and collect orbs and other collectibles. Yeah, doesn't look impressive enough. I think that says 99 cents. English and Russian. Yeah, I would buy that it's a low-effort Russian game. Just trying like crazy to get through all of these games. Next we have a game on Steam called Silicon Rising, which looks like a first-person shooter while driving a car is an interesting idea. So I'm seeing enough variety here that doesn't make it seem like it's just an asset flip first-person shooter, because there's movement, there's interacting with people. It feels like this might be a VR standing in one place shooting game from the feel of it, but kind of feels like there's a lot going on here. So it's early access, requires VR, $19.99. Third-party EULA, English full audio, and a bunch of other languages. I'll put this on the fall list. We'll see if people really like it, or if it's just a game that overpromises and under-delivers. And he just keeps on destroying all of my cards. I don't know if that's really going to help him any. So, apparently not. Another victory. So we're working towards the 10 victories per day, towards getting all the daily quests done, to getting up in the ranks. I'm certainly playing different this expansion though. I'm definitely not playing on off days, so only Monday, Wednesday, and Friday am I playing Magic. And even when I am streaming and playing on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I'm not even guaranteeing 10 victories at that point. So I wouldn't be surprised if some expansion and some mastery set came out that was a little bit more difficult to get to the top tier, and I just didn't make it. But if my luck holds up, the second dinner collectible card game will come out before that happens, and then I can just swiftly shift my focus from playing this game to playing the Marvel game Second Dinner is licensed to me. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article here. Quantic Dream is now in a position to self-publish, which I think probably is also in part and admits that they have no better options than self-publishing, because Heavy Rain, while somewhat well received, Beyond Two Souls not so much, Detroit Become Human not so much. They are not really running a large list of successful games that they've published. Plus, Quantic Dream as a company is, last I heard, I think still embroiled in a lawsuit with its IT department, former employees, and people just not in general liking Quantic Dream as a company, or liking David Cage, the CEO, or co-CEO Guillaume de I can't even pronounce that. What was that? Guillaume de Fondumir. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they can't get publishing. But also it does open the door for Quantic Dream games to not be first and foremost Sony games, Sony published games for Sony consoles, which has been the way things have been going for a while. Heavy Rain and Beyond Two Souls, at the very least, timed exclusives on the Sony PlayStation. I think they eventually came out to PC and some of the, and maybe the Xbox. Although I'm not sure that they're even on Steam. They may be Epic Store exclusives on PC, or they may not be on PC at all. I could be wrong. Oh, darn it, that was not what I wanted to discard, but if I get lucky, I could possibly bring it back. Next, we have a game on Steam called Urtuk the Desolation, which looks like a real-time strategy game with pretty bad looking graphics. Hex grid placement when you actually get to battles. The graphics look a bit better when they're zoomed in, but not by much. Early access, $17.99, which is too expensive, and English only. Yeah, I don't see anything special enough here to justify that price. Guess at this point, could maybe attack with this, and we can see what happens. Next, we have a game on Steam called Apartment, a Separated Place, which it says it's a walking simulator, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was just a kind of weird story trying to be told. The problem I'm seeing with this game is just how the art style seems to drastically shift. That makes it feel like it's just a bunch of asset flips of completely unconnected things. Let's see. $13.49. And do you really want a game that is seemingly about a breakup released on Valentine's Day? That's a question asked too. So discounted, $13.49, English only. I don't see anything there that catches my eye. We have a hidden object game from Big Fish Games, Immortal Love Stone Beauties Collector's Edition, which I guess is a mermaid style game. style story. I guess that's somewhat appropriate for Valentine's Day. $12.59 discounted. English full audio, it says. Hidden object game still extremely plentiful in the as far as things being released, and just now I start to see the beginning of the end. Okay. I've got this, sort of.
Manipulation of the mind.
Next, we have a game on Steam called Void Breach, which looks like a CGA game, like with incredibly low resolution. Looks awful. Even if this was a really old game, I don't recognize it. But yeah, just garbage. $8.99, ridiculously expensive. English only. Yeah. Okay. I cannot play this because I don't have enough mana. I have not gotten a good land card. And he's managed to destroy so many of my land cards. You decide to do something with that.
No one likes a bully.
Tech Raptor has an article promoting Fairy Solitaire Harvest, which is basically just a hype article advertisement for a pretty ugly looking fairy solitaire game, or a solitaire game in general. I'm not going to bother to particularly put that on the screen. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Utopia Colony, which looks kind of like an asset flip space game. It does not look like there's much here. It feels like you're probably just walking around a walking simulator with some pre-made visual assets that I suspect this developer didn't really make and just bought. This is $16.99, which was way too expensive for the third-party EULA. Just gonna go. Well, I guess I have to do this now, don't I? You know what? I kind of don't care about this guy, so I'm gonna just go after this guy. Tech Raptor has an article here. A narrative sci-fi adventure Cloudpunk is coming to consoles alongside a PC. I have not heard of this game, though, so we're kind of hyping a game that maybe deserves a little bit of coverage, I guess, since I haven't heard of it, but it seems like you're kind of just flying around, or maybe doing an infinite running in a sci-fi world. Does not look like you're doing much in that. That trailer did not show anything, really.
It's a matter of giving.
Next we have a game on Steam called Darksburg, which seems to be werewolves and wizards and monsters and zombies, and seems to be kind of like a World of Warcraft Torchlight style game. Already rated mixed. Interesting. Because I kind of hoped that this game would have been good. It's early access. It's from the developer, I think, of Evoland. It's $17.99 discounted. English full audio and a bunch of other languages. So why do people not like it? The game itself is good on paper, and on paper it's a good concept. Sadly though, I can't recommend that you spend money on this title at the moment. It may hold your attention for a few hours, but that's about it. It's very linear character progression, and zero build variety. You only unlock 3 passive skills for each character. It has various modes like horde co-op, but the modes like that grabbed my attention was the versus mode. Blah 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 blah. I'll leave the rest off that review. So it has single player online PvP and online co-op. I guess I'll put Darksburg on the follow list, but certainly not making a good showing in the fact that as of their early access release, people are not enjoying it to the tune of 63% positivity. See, next we have a game on Steam here called Awakening of Celestial, which says it's an RPG. Looks slightly different animated.
Let's try this.
So seems like it might be a rhythm game. A rhythm game with some kind of fighting mechanics. Seems like it's kind of all over the place. Half visual novel, half rhythm game, half RPG game. That screams Chinese game to me, but instead it's English only, so I can't really be sure of that. There's 3 original songs, which is maybe a decent amount. 15 hours of gameplay, which is not that much. More than 30 CGs is not that much. And then 25 backgrounds. It's not really a selling point at all. And then 15 background music songs is about an average amount. So there's just a lot of lackluster things here, which definitely tells me this should not be on the follow list. Also, it's being published and developed by Celestial Project, so almost certainly no other game ever going to be made by this developer or publisher. One more land if I can survive one more turn. Then I might be able to win. Maybe. Still have about 20 games to cover. Had so much just getting added on because my back kept hurting. And even now, I probably would prefer to wrap it up and lie down for a while. But I think I can power through most of this at least. Next we have a game on Steam called Welcome, which looks like it is one of those survival simulator games where you're building things, which I don't think are really popular now. Like, those were popular for a brief moment, and then Fortnite kind of optimized the path on that down to its purest form, as far as you build things really quickly and then you shoot people, which is all those games were. This game is $10.98, English only, online player versus player and single player, and a really bad name too. Welcome is not a good name to choose for your game. You just call it Welcome to something and it would be fine. Next we have another game that's pretty badly named called Nice Try, which looks like a Unity polygon low effort racing jumping puzzle game, for lack of a better description. $4.99, bunch of language support, bunch of achievements, 6 achievements, which probably tells me that there's a good chance there's only 6 levels in the entire game. Everybody's flying, so Right. Well, that ruined me. There's no way there's no way I could play Bola Citadel and then play enough characters to get up to 10 to win. That's the trick here, is you gotta keep your life somewhat high. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Cubica, which seems to be like a perspective drawing puzzle game, but seems kind of simplistic and unimportant, frankly. It's kind of like a visual Picross game for no reason. $4.99 is a little too expensive, with 90 puzzles it says, or almost 94 puzzles. So almost 100 puzzles for $5 still is not really a good deal. Alright, we play this. And then make this white. And then if I survive next turn, I could play that, or I could play that. Either way, I'm not really going to survive. Next, we have a game on Steam called Players 11, which is a soccer management game, which there are far too many of those on Steam. Somewhat visually polished, but I mean, these management games are just nothing on the face of them, so it doesn't really matter how polished it is or not. It still does not work. So, yep. Not gonna put that on the follow list. Next, we have a game on Steam called S0, which looks like it's a paint fighting game, somewhat, maybe like Agri.io. Looks like it's just a little too simplistic of a physics game, though, to catch your attention for very long. $1.99 English only. I guess I could somewhat applaud the effort here to keep it simple and keep the price realistic. But honestly, a game like that probably should be on the list of things like itch.io instead of on Steam's storefront. Yeah, the best thing I can do is this. Maybe kill this also to get more health, but even if I didn't any of this, it's still not going to save the day. Next, we have a game on Steam called Who is Awesome, which looks like a pixel graphics game of some sort. Mini game collection. But it seems like most of the mini games are just at this table. So they seem very simplistic as far as the variety of mini games. Yeah. This is just a collection of pretty simplistic mini games, isn't it? 89 cents discount. I guess the price is right there. English or Russian. I don't think that there's much there, though. And boy, am I not winning with my deck that was winning fairly well up until this point. So maybe there's just been a shift in the meta Next we have a game on Steam called Broken Spell 2, which these look like just asset flip ninja fighters, and the video is just showing like two animals fighting. This screams low effort Chinese MMO. Let's see, yeah, looks just not good enough, and looks like it's kind of nothing but a bunch of characters fighting a bunch of characters. $8.49, and then here we have it Chinese full audio and English. And just looking at all of this, it really does look like they just asset flipped a bunch of characters into it. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Girls Defense, which from the look of it is tagged nudity, so I should probably not be showing that, come to think of it. Looks like it is a tower defense game from the looks of it, or at least that's what it's claiming to be. They want $15.99. It supports English, Chinese, and Japanese, and none of the screenshots are loading up, so we'll see. See if they can get a better look at it. Come on, do I want to create a food token? Sure. No reason not to create a food token. I'm looking at these screenshots, and it's sort of a tower defense in the sense that you're standing in the center and there are zombies attacking on the left and right, but then there's also a section where you're scrolling on rails shooting at things, and so it feels like there's 2 or 3 different games merged together here, none of which look good as far as Girls Defense is concerned. And yeah, there's some anime girls with large cleavage that are getting highlighted. That price is way too expensive for the quality that I'm seeing now, so of course that's not making it to the follow list. TechRaptor has this article. I thought I was gonna talk about this. Ooh, that is definitely not what I want to do. I thought I was gonna talk about this last stream, but TechRaptor has this article. Nutaku, the adult website for games, has a Valentine's Day sale showcasing sweets, in-game events, and coins for their free-to-play or free-to-begin games are on sale. Very not safe for work website, obviously, since their parent company is the same company that owns Pornhub. But for all the lonely hearts out there, or couples or multiples that want to get in the mood, that is the option. So at the very least, even though Steam has no Valentine's Day sale going on, as far as I saw, like the adult stores and adult sites seem to, as far as video games, Nutaku being about the only adult video game site I know anything about or follow with any regular basis. Next we have a game on Steam called Supermarket Simulator. It's mostly negative. It's probably an asset flip game. And you're simulating shopping, which, while shopping isn't really a job for most people, it is for a small percentage of like professional shoppers, but it is definitely work and not entertainment. So Supermarket Simulator is $4.19, English full audio it says, but it's mostly negative at 42% positive, and the concept alone falls apart and doesn't interest me. Let's see, got about 10 more games. Gotta pass. Next, we have a game on Steam called Gray and Alien Dream, which seems kind of like a beat 'em up game. The backgrounds shift a lot, so I don't know if these are just pre-bought assets being flipped. It seems like you're mostly just running, though. Doesn't really feel like there's anything else going on. I'm gonna go ahead and attack. I'll attack, see if something wants to block me. If it does, I'll play this card. Yeah. Gray and Alien Dream is $19.99, English full audio, third-party EULA, and there's just nothing there to interest me. Alright, so I can take this guy out fairly easy. See. Next we have a game on Steam called Puzzle Frame, which looks like it is just some slide puzzles, jigsaw puzzle games. Still getting quite a lot of these on Steam. $1.79 discounted, in no way similar to Abduction or The Witness. English and Portuguese/Portuguese Brazil, which I don't know why there's a split there. Next we have a game on Steam called Star-Crossed, which looks to me like it's a bullet hell shooter game with some badly animated visual novel characters that, yeah, not visually appealing to me at all. It's just not a good collection of drawings. $8.99 discounted, English full audio. Probably sacrifice a food and eat that while I'm not doing anything. Next we have a game on Steam called Puppy Cross, which is just Picross with puppies, I guess. $10.79, laughably expensive, English and French. You know, the funny thing here is, even though we still, as is typical when looking at all the games that come out on Steam, even though we still are seeing the vast amount of games are bad, we are starting to move towards a place where we're seeing more good games, or at least somewhat decent games. So as we are halfway through February, the January slump is starting to slow down. I wouldn't be surprised if it is at the end of April that we start to really see the actual decent games start to get released after E3 and things happen like that. But it is getting better. And I don't know if on an annual basis it's getting better. So, it certainly would have been easier on me looking at all these games if there was a lot more of this content was not allowed on Steam and just curated out as unimportant garbage, because it doesn't take a lot of work to look at these games and see that they're not good quality. I needed to do that to just get rid of cards. Next we have a game on Steam called Teeny Blast Junior's Adventures, which looks like it's a beat 'em up low effort game again. We haven't been, like, this may be the beginning of seeing a lot of beat 'em up platforming low effort games, because I really haven't seen that before. This is $12.99, English full audio, third party EULA. And yeah, it's just not polished visually, and it's super dark and super zoomed out. But it is definitely different. It's not a slide puzzle game. It's not an asset flip first person shooter game. Next we have a game on Steam called Mind Seas, which is more of a high action beat 'em up game, which with platforming. So this potentially would have been put on the fall list if it weren't for the fact that it's mixed reviews already. And actually it was on the fall list, so I guess I just take it off the fall list. $19.99, English only. See, I want to just go to Steam's main page. See, store home. Yeah, right now, all they're doing is the Capcom publisher sale, which may be a little bit of decent sales there if you want to get some Mega Man games or some Capcom games you don't have. But no, there's nothing as far as I'm gonna lose. This will be our last game. Let's see here. Here's what they're recommending: being a Delta IK or a Dick Season 1, which seems to be a adult game. Several games that have nothing to do with Valentine's Day at all. And see, even if they were gonna twist it and just say, hey, let's sell a bunch of zombie games, that would make sense. Little Misfortune, this was a slightly hyped game when the demo first came out, and now it's down to $13.99. It probably is only worth about $10 if I was to guess. Monster Hunter, yeah, certainly you could do that, but yeah, there's absolutely nothing here promoting anything for Valentine's Day when you could have had a week sale. If you've got nothing better to sell the gift cards. If you want to be cliche about it, say, hey, get that man that you love in your life gift cards for Steam. There should be some form of promotion here. Just kind of ignoring Valentine's Day is ridiculous. Let's see. This game is called Naked News, but by the tags of it, I don't think it has any nudity in it at all. Here's the game. It's a RPG Maker looking game. Seems like it has dark humor comedy in it. There is a Canadian show called Naked News, which, for better or worse, people stand in front of a camera and get naked as they're telling news stories. This is 99 cents, English full audio. I don't think there's anything here of any interest. Just a deceptive name to entice suckers into buying the game. Next we have a game on Steam called Courage and Honor, and we have about 5 more games. This looks like a hack and slash platformer, almost like a Prince of Persia original game, just avoiding a lot of pitfalls and traps. I don't know if I'd ever really want to play a game like that, because Prince of Persia in itself, not particularly a fun game. If it's the only game you have and you have a lot of free time, yeah, you might become an expert on it, but you could say that for almost any game. Let's see what the price here is. $1.99. Single player with LAN player versus player. Interesting. Most people would call that local player versus player these days. Bunch of languages. I'll be super generous and put this on the follow list. We'll see if some people actually do appreciate it. I don't think so, actually. On second thought, yeah. I think I can easily skip this. There's just gonna be not enough here that would be my style, play style. Let's see, next game is tag sexual content, so let me see if it's YouTube family friendly. Alright. We have your typical anime girls switch puzzles, which just came out on the 7th, so this has been a while, I guess. Just pre-bought or stolen anime art assets and slide puzzles in bikinis, it seems. Like, not particularly explicit at all. $2.99 English full audio. 19 puzzles for $3. And these types of games definitely not worth existing on Steam at all. Easily could be curated out, and I don't think any real game connoisseur is going to complain about that. Next, we have a game called Detectives United 3 Timeless Voyage Collector's Edition, which is another hidden object game for Big Fish Games for $13.99. The hidden object games are still too expensive also. But that is a much more difficult argument to make, to say that Valve should tell them to lower the price on their games. Clearly somebody is buying the games, or they wouldn't be pricing them at that price. Next we have Phageborn, an online card game. The problem with this collectible card game, which I think is what it is that all the enemies are monsters. So you've painted yourself into this corner where you can't have a variety of artwork, frankly. So it's just going to be monsters fighting monsters, and that's going to be a limited art palette. It's a 2-lane collectible card game, so it's trying to play a little bit differently, but mostly it looks like all the others. Yeah, I'm seeing there's like one screenshot here of one character that looks like they might be human, and that's it. Although I do have to admit, this is a great idea. 3D models, zooming in, letting you look at every single card. I assume that's every single card, not just special commander cards. But then the problem also is that this game is $14.99 and it's online player versus player only. It has no single player content. It's English full audio only, and it has a third-party EULA. Also doesn't seem like it has in-app purchases, so maybe you get the entire game at that point, and it's just then a deck builder game and not really a collectible card game, which means it would get fairly boring fairly quickly, and they'd have to constantly put out new expansions as DLC, which having somebody spend $20 to get the new expansion, otherwise they can't really play the game anymore, is a bad offering for card games. And that's kind of what Artifact tried to do and failed miserably at. Next we have a game on Steam called Getaway Mayhem, which looks kind of like a unpolished racing, running away from the cops simulator. Yeah, it's too dark. It's not visually polished enough. Car racing games need to be very, very pretty because the bar is very high there. This is $7.99, single player with online co-op, English only. Yeah, just not pretty enough for that style of game. And let's see, we got 2 more. We have a game on Steam called the Relax Simulator, which looks like a match 3 puzzle game, and some other puzzle games merged together for $1.99. English only, nothing of interest there because those are all very basic concepts as game. And then we have a game called The Tale of Doors and the Dragon Episode 2, which is some kind of point-and-click adventure game it's a little flat in its animation style. The question I guess to ask is part 1, has it been reviewed by anybody? Because if part 1's no good, then playing episode 2 doesn't really matter. Doris seems to be an old lady, and playing as an old lady in a point-and-click adventure game is different, to say the least. It's unexpected. Yeah, the first game is rated positively, so I guess I put the first episode on the follow list, and then we'll keep an eye out. Seems like it's a pretty simplistic game, though. So, yeah. They're asking too much, aren't they? Yeah. Because part 2 here is $11.99. Part 1 is selling for $3.99. So here's the scam, obviously, is part 1 was the taste and it was relatively cheap, and part 2 is super expensive. They've just priced themselves out of a follow. Because I'd be willing to look at a kind of generic simplistic point and click for $3.99. But then when you start getting to $15 for this level of graphics, that's asking too much. So with that brings me to the Humble Bundle store, which, let's see if there's any Humble Bundles here. There's VR bundles, which I don't really care about VR games, but we'll mention them. If you pay $1, you'll get Cosmic Trip and Smashbox Arena. If you pay more than the average of $14.22, which is a very high average, you get Gorn, Budget Cuts, and Space Pirate Trainer. If you pay $15, which you might as well to get Super Hot VR and Moss, then that's almost a good deal, but only really if you can play these in VR. I don't even think it's worth $15 to get Moss, which I think you can play without VR. As for other bundles, there's the Humble Choice bundle. There's a Polygon Game Dev bundle, which is just programming. Is there any other games? There's a book bundle around love, sex, and dating. Comics around Star Trek comics. And then a user experience programming bundle. So not a lot there. I would argue some of these bundles way too focused around programmers and not enough focused around just average people. So then that brings me back to my let's see. To my Twitter feed. Oh, here was an article I missed from Gamma Sutra. Smilegate, Sony, and Tencent partnered to give Crossfire the movie treatment. I have no idea what Crossfire is, though. Crossfire is one of the most played online first-person shooter games in the world and has boasted over 660 million players worldwide. And yet I haven't heard about it at all. What does that tell you? Well, it probably says more about me than anything else. There are definitely some gaps in my knowledge. Okay. So then I'll go back to my Twitter feed. Outriders is coming to next-gen consoles. Apparently. Twitch is paying out people who made over $100 in January. Let's see. Gamma Sutra has a blog called A First-Hand Account of How the Coronavirus is Impacting China's Game Industry. China's game industry, not much of an industry due to the heavy censorship in China anyways. NIS America is giving out a contest, giving out prizes if you can decode a La Mulana 1 and 2 puzzle challenge. 5 new Stadia games are coming soon, none of which look particularly interesting, but we'll talk about them on Monday. Let's see. Micro Center mentions the old gag, Single Awareness Day. Gamma Sutra has an article here. Razor Edge Games nets $1.3 million to bring debut title to Steam Early Access. Interesting. I bet that's not from Valve. It's probably from a Kickstarter. Still scrolling down on my Twitter feed. Borderlands is putting out a lot of shift codes, which I guess a lot of these shift codes are for Valentine's Day outfits that if you've already gotten in previous years, you can't get a second time. And let's see if there's anything else to really talk about on this not so sleepy Friday. We did have people in the chat. I'm actually really surprised. Have I somehow finally gotten enough subscribers? Has YouTube finally decided to help small content creators enough that now I can have Fridays where people actually will talk to me on the chat and I'll get more than 0 views on a Friday stream? Did I shift my time slots to the right point by moving them earlier in the day instead of streaming at like 2 in the afternoon? Here we have an article from TechRaptor. Pokemon Masters Professor Oak fights for the first time ever. Yeah, maybe my timing fixed some things. Maybe the fact that I'm just putting out less and less content on a daily basis also makes it makes the YouTube algorithm decide that it actually wants to promote me, whereas in the past it really hasn't. So yeah. Yep. Could be anything. There was this article, the IRS is not coming for your V-Bucks for now. The IRS apparently put something in their recommendation that you had to declare your virtual currency V-Bucks. I don't think it really was Fortnite V-Bucks they were probably going after. They were probably saying in general if you were gambling online, which I think is still illegal in the United States, and you had virtual currency in these online casinos, you probably have to declare that. The IRS probably generically will say you have to declare everything anyways, regardless. So always act in your own best interest there and not try to cheat the IRS. Particularly if you can't afford a tax lawyer to fight on your behalf. because that's really where it comes down to, is that poor people can't cheat on their taxes like rich people can. Yeah, that's it for this stream, I suppose. There's nothing else on Twitter. I'll shout out a comic book called Sunstone if you're interested in seeing a romance story between two lesbians who are deep into the world of bondage as a fashion display. Sunstone might be the content for you. Particularly lewd, but not super explicit. Well, maybe a little explicit, but not downright pornographic. So, yeah, I'll shout out Sunstone when there's an excuse to, and Valentine's Day is about as good as much. It does have a decent romance story in it. That's going to be it for this stream. See you on Monday. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a bunch of links down below. And if you want to support me further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.